laughing at them. We was the fools because if you look at them right now, they living a great life, no felonies, dating the same type of girls that street dudes could, you know what I'm saying? And they got money, so we just chose the quick route, which was the dumb thing to do.
Would you say you were influenced more by like music or the people that were around you in the neighborhood?
Nah, it was definitely my environment and the people. I grew up around hustlers. Yeah, I grew up on Bradley. My next street was Haynes, so you got some legendary dudes from both streets. So so with that being said, it was in my face.
But you tried to get into the rap game at one point, right? Even if it was on the management side.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say I tried to get in the rap game. I guess you can say that. I tried to make an investment.
Yeah.
I was approached about making an investment with Moneybagg, and by a close partner of mine named Lil Larry.
Yeah, I missed out on it.
Yeah, we missed out on it because at the time, for whatever reason, my brother said it didn't catch his ear. And so we passed, and look where Bag at right now. So, we kind of bitter about that for years, for quite some time.
Because every street dude is like plotting on some future investment that's going to help them to not have to break the law for a living.
Yeah, because anybody that want to be in the streets, you got to be retarded.
Yeah.
Like, I did it, and the people that I know do it, we do it to survive. To take care of the kids or whatever, and take care of yourself or whatever, just to make a way of living. It may not be legal, but you surviving and you paying the bills. But, who want to be riding around with 10, 20, 30 pounds of weed and going to meet this nigga at this spot, going to meet this dude at this spot, looking in your rearview for the police, and don't nobody I know in their right mind want to do it.
Right.
But if you got to do it, you will, to eat, to survive.
It might seem cool or dramatic when you're a kid, but as you get older, you start to realize that if you could have the same opportunity to make the same amount of money but have no risk, then your life would be a lot better.
Definitely. Hell yeah, for sure. If you could be doing something legit, legal, and making the same type of bread or more or close to it, whatever. Even if it's not as much money as you would make in the streets, you're still not going to jail. You're not taking a risk of going to jail.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But before the Moneybagg situation, you was running around with Flip.
Yeah. So that wasn't me trying to, well, I see you do your homework, Remo. That's crazy. Initially back, when I was in the streets and having money, I reached out to Flip, and I brought him in and invested on a show. He came in, we had the show. It was cool, it was successful, and I also would see Flip in LA too, at this old lady house. Her name was Miss Grace. Well,
which Flip are we talking about?
Lil Flip.
Oh, Lil Flip from Texas. Shit, okay.
And so, I would see him over there. She had a paint of syrup back in the day, old lady, and off of Century Street, and she had boxes of drink. And so one day I seen him over there, and it was a time when she had ran out, so she called me, and I turned around, and she asked me to take care of her Houston boys for her. They was in town for a show. So I looked out for him, and he told me if I ever needed him, just hit him up. He'll return to hospitality. And I think it was a situation that I had going on in the streets at that time, and I had a warrant and I needed to move around. I reached out to him, and he told me, he was like, just go get you a ticket, pull up, and when you get here, I reimburse you. And I did, and pulled up, and ever since then, we was locked in. So, it was more so like we built a bond, like, that was my little brother, still is my little brother, so yeah, that's how that started.
So what was the situation with y'all and T.I. though? Because I seen the picture. You was there the night they got into the fight.
Yeah.
I think T.I. chain got stolen.
Yeah, that's when he had the Pimp Squad click chain or whatever. And, we was at the house chilling, and Flip got a call from so somebody that worked at the radio and was just like, I f- with you, bro. I want you to hear this from me. And T.I. was at the radio station and saying he was finna go to the Clover and parade around and look for this fake gangster.
Mm.
So,
And this was after he got his chain took?
No, this is what led up to it.
Oh, okay.
Game Over song out yet, or is the music
Game
out?
Over song out.
All right, so Game Over song out.
Yeah, so
this in the midst of all the beef.
yeah, so we at the house and I think we was getting tatted up at the time. We like, come on, let's roll.
Yeah.
So we go to the hood and he pulled up. And I think he was with, I want to say he was with Bun B at the time.
Or T.I. pulled up.
Yeah, he pulled up and he was like, yo, what up, man? You need to rap, homie, talking to Flip. And at that time, I think he had said something about my pops, Big West, which is Flip's dad. I love him like a father. He had said something about Big West on record. And so at the time, it wasn't really nothing to talk about or whatever. So, my partner ended up hitting T.I. in the face and a big brawl ensued. And in the midst of it, we ended up with the chain.
Right.
Yeah.
So was there any kind of concern in terms of taking sides in this beef for you at that time? Were you concerned about being cool with both sides, or you're just like, I'm riding with Flip, so whatever?
I wasn't cool with T.I.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't cool with it at all. At the time, Flip was my little brother, and that's what it was, I was just rolling with Flip.
I mean, the popular narrative, and I actually seen that there was I think it was Art of Dialogue, there was like a clip of Lil Flip talking about this the other day and basically rejecting this idea, but like the mainstream narrative was basically that Lil Flip and T.I. were kind of like neck and neck, and then T.I. basically like just surged ahead, became this huge rapper, and kind of left Lil Flip in the dust / like destroyed his career. And Flip obviously takes issue with that narrative, but from your perspective, was that basically how it went on the ground?
I ain't gonna say he destroyed bro, because we were still moving around doing what we needed to do. We were still touring, doing shows or whatever. I think what affected it the most is because a lot of rappers at that time, for whatever reason, had an issue with Lil Bro. And when T.I. came along, he was real hot, and a lot of them took sides with T.I. From Houston. So when the general public, when the hip-hop world or whatever see that, when people from your own city, rappers, your peers, siding with a dude from Atlanta, it kind of, leaves his imprint on it.
Yeah.
Has an impact or whatever, so to speak. But to answer your question, he definitely didn't destroy us. We were still moving around, did it have an impact on Lil Bro? I'd be lying if I said it didn't, because it did.
And this shit is all a popularity contest at the end of the day. So if the people start viewing you like you're the op, they got beat by the new hot rapper, I mean, that could be a tough narrative to beat.
Definitely. So, it had its impact. But one thing about Lil Bro, he a hustler. He gonna figure it out. And that's what he did.
Did you and Flip fall out at any point, or you just kind of slowly start moving around together?
As far as falling out, that's my little brother. So, we have a big argument at least once a year. And it's done been times where Big West, which is his dad, locked us in the room together.
Really?
Yeah. And, however we decide to work it out, that was between me and Flip. We never came to blows or nothing, but, the day I got indicted, when they put me in the room, I still had my phone, and he was one of the people that I called.
Really?
So, in that situation, to know you just been indicted for 3 murders, and for him to be one of the people that I call,
kind of says a lot.
Exactly. So, as it relates to now, I just been moving how I've been moving, and that's still Lil Bro. Do I have issues with some of the things or he do or how he operate. Yeah, but it don't change the fact that that's still my little brother, and I still love him to death. You know, I done been that person, like, you know, the front line person. You know, the person you see with him right now, that's his right hand. I was there protecting and defending against him at one point. You know, because you know we all have our issues, and I ain't saying Pawn don't love Flip, because I know he do, but you know, I was there when, you know, shit was crazy, you know, and me and Pawn, we done had our spats, and turn around, we be in the truck together the next couple of nights, you know what I'm saying, you know. So
you ever have to save Flip's life?
Have I ever had to save Flip's life?
It sounds like you were the protection here at a certain point.
I wasn't necessarily, I ain't gonna say the protection, that's just my little brother, you know. I ain't no nigga protector, you know. I ain't gonna do nothing for you that I hope you wouldn't do for me. It's done been moments where we moving around, and I think, you know, my presence probably has negated a few situations. We've never been in a situation where we've never been in a shootout or anything like that, but we done had standoffs, we done had situations where, you know, fans or just T.I. fans or whatever, you know, might get disrespectful, and you know, and I do me. And so with that being, I wouldn't call that saving his life. I would just call that just standing on business.
Definitely. Okay, so I mean, you said that you like got into the streets and all of a sudden you were selling weed, but like how deep into that kind of operation did you get in terms of like how much money were you really seeing at a certain point? Did you find that you really had like a business mind for how to hold this sort of operation together?
I mean, you know, when I say, I guess from the Vlad interview, when I say petty marijuana.
It was funny when you're saying that, because I'm like, nobody in the street says petty marijuana. I sell petty marijuana.
Yeah. Well, I say that because I done seen lots of it. You know what I'm saying? Like 100 pounds, 50 pounds to me is petty marijuana.
Oh, that's definitely not petty marijuana.
I mean, you know, it is. You know, I know some Chinese, they lose tons of pounds of marijuana and don't lose a minute of sleep about it. So 20, 30, 40 pounds is petty marijuana where I'm from.
I know dudes who are millionaires that will still sell you an eighth or a quarter.
Yeah, I know.
That's petty marijuana.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know a few of them too. And that's the reason why they're millionaires, because they'll still sell you an eighth of marijuana.
And when I see that, I'm like, oh, you're losing your hustle, because there ain't no way I'm bagging up a quarter right now. But I respect it that you're.
Man, I got a partner, and I ain't gonna call his name. For sure, a millionaire. I love him like cooked food. Right to this day, he'll buy 5 or 10 pounds of some real good smoke just so he could smoke for free. So he won't have to pay for it. But he already rich. So, you know, it teaches on.
But it is true that a lot of people spend like really, truly outrageous amounts on weed. So I get it.
Yeah.
A lot of people smoking a pound a week with the homies, especially, you know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you got some homies, I could see that. But, you know, like me, I think at my peak of smoking, at one point I could say maybe I could run through maybe an ounce a day. Yeah, an ounce a day. Just, I ain't gonna get on here and say no goofy ass ounce or whatever.
People always try to go viral. I smoke 50 blunts a day.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
So at this time, I guess you was flipping packs, and people assume that the money, because at one point you was managing Straight Drop.
Correct.
And how did you?
I wouldn't say managing, because I wouldn't know necessarily all the ins and outs of managing someone in hip hop. I was trying to, but I do know how to make a profit. and I do know some of the ins and outs of how hip hop go. I know several people that have invested in artists from different neighborhoods, and you know, when it's time to sign to the majors or whatever, you know, they straight for the rest of their life, you know. So that's the situation and the position that I was in. I was just trying to basically, I guess, an agent more so to speak, you know.
You didn't want to be the guy taking them around to do club performances every day and shit, but you were thinking, this guy seems like he has the talent to get signed to a legitimate label deal. I want to basically guide him into that opportunity and then get my percentage.
Definitely. He definitely had the talent. He definitely had the street credibility.
How did you meet him, and where he from? What part of Memphis he from anyway?
If you ask Drop that question, he might tell you 2 different neighborhoods.
Word.
But you know, he got a right to say he from Orange Mound. And I met Drop through J Money. And I'm sure you know who that is.
J Money serving everybody of Atlanta.
Negative.
Oh, you got a different J Money?
Talking about the real J Money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, J Money from Orange Mound. He was the leader of Chula Mafia.
Oh, okay. Got it. Here I am getting the wrong J Money in there. Okay. There's a lot of J Moneys from every city. But, okay, he introduced you. And what was your relationship with him?
J Money just was one of the little homies from the neighborhood, you know, when we had the nice cars and stuff in the neighborhood, you know. J Money just was one of the little homies. You seen it in him, you know. You seen that he was going to grow up to be one of them. And, you know, and everything you envisioned for him was turning out that way. As you see, he was right there running with Dolph and, you know, with Bag, and, you know, everybody loved J Money.
Yeah.
If you ain't like J Money, it was probably something wrong with you.
Because there's a photo of Straight Drop hanging out with Young Dolph. So would that be the J Money connection?
Yeah, that would be the J Money connection.
Word.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
Yeah, that was J Money's doing right there. You know, Dolph was never a personal friend of Straight Drop, so whatever, you know. I think Glock and Drop had a relationship or whatever.
But didn't Straight Drop have a paper route chain at one point?
No.
He didn't?
No, he never had a paper route chain. That was the paper route chain that one of Straight Drop partners took from Moochie Grape.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I think his name was Wayne or something. Bang Wayne. Yeah.
So when we see the images of Straight Drop rocking the PRE chain or whatever, that's one that had recently been relieved from a member of PRE.
Correct.
And that's why they're wearing it, is to troll and everything.
Yeah, he was just trolling. He wasn't wearing it. A lot of people thought he was wearing it because he was trying to sign to them or something like that. He was just trolling in the video.
Makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so but how far along in the game was Straight Drop at that time that you met him? Like, was he? Do you remember like how many views he was getting or how much interest there actually was in him at the time?
So, you know, when I met him, you know, he always knew how to rap, you know, but he didn't have he had the buzz amongst his peers. He always been, you know, popular, you know, in his age group or whatever. And you know, again, you know, he rapped back then, but, you know, it didn't, it wasn't like how it was when we were in talks, you know, and trying to get him signed to a major.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when you're talking to Straight Drop and everything, are you concerned about how this is going to impact your situation streetwise? Like, are you looking at him as somebody who's involved in so much beef and everything that this is something that you got to be super aware of?
Well, you know, tell me a rapper right now that ain't involved in the streets like that, you know, you with the drill culture, you know what I'm saying, drill rappers or whatever, you know, so it was always, to answer your question, it was a concern, you know what I'm saying, because, you know, Straight Drop was Straight Drop, you know, he get busy, you know, so when I had that talks with my brother trying to convince him to help me invest, that was one of my brother's main concerns, like, what if we do this and he on federal probation, and what if he go and anything can happen in the streets, you know, then the money is just a loss.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just trying to reassure him and that you know, I would do everything in my power to make sure that Justin, you know, was just solely focused on music.
Uh-huh.
And so we came up with the idea of, well, let's just give him 10,000 as an advance.
Okay.
And if we give him the 10,000, I get him to agree, look, this for you. You don't have to be in the streets trying to be selling no weed and moving around. Just focus on making some music and let's just try to get this shit out the ground.
Mm.
So that was the plan we came up with, but you know, it didn't work out like that.
Right.
When you say your brother, you're not talking about Juke.
Negative, no.
All
I'm
right.
talking about my brother.
Your real brother.
Yeah.
All right, because there was a story where, because I guess you have a relationship with Juke, and Juke and you had a business meeting about Straight Drop.
We did.
All right, and
Yeah.
how did that business meeting come into place?
Well, this was more so when I first reached out to Juke, you know, and I told him, I was just like, you know, one of my little partners just got released, and you know, he real talented. He liked it, you know. He got a lot of street credibility, which that's a requirement today of the rappers.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, man, you need to come check the material out. And you know, based on the relationship, the respect, I guess, or whatever, Juke pulled up in Orange Mound to come check out the material. And when he pulled up, and at the time, Drop had a few videos on YouTube. We showed him the videos. He watched the videos, and surprisingly, he was impressed, you know. And he was just like, you know, we need to get his buzz up stronger to the point where the higher ups would be interested, and we could go ahead and pull the plug on it. But from what he seen that day and the conversations that we had, he was all in.
Word. And
So-
how did you? How did you and Juke form a relationship? And when did y'all meet each other?
Just from, you know, like I said, I'm real close to Juke's mom married had a marriage or relationship years ago. I'm very close to that person and basically to their whole family. So, you know, it was always a respect based on that. Started gambling together, drinking syrup. You know, it may not be no syrup in the north. He might call to the mound. It might not be no syrup in the mound. I might call to the north. You know, just when we were younger, you know, I don't drink syrup no more. So, you know, but, you know, we just formed a bond and, you know, off of that, you know, just your ordinary, I guess, street respect.
And so even you and Big Juke having this relationship, you never were around Gotti.
Never, you know, when Gotti was always, you know, out of town doing his thing, you know, the music, you know. Juke was more so the streets. Not to say that Gotti wasn't, you know, because Gotti definitely was in the street, you know.
But when you look at all this stuff going on around Gotti and the fact that he seemingly is able to keep his nose clean, it feels like that's a very conscious decision that they don't want Gotti to even be able to be in situations where it might look like he was involved with something because they know how negative that could be towards the sort of empire that they're building. Does that feel like it's like a calculated choice?
I don't think it's more so. I haven't thought about that until you asked the question, but
Okay.
I don't think it's more so calculated. I think he just moved how he moved, you know. He always been like that, you know. You don't have to know him to see how he move, you know. He never responds to the hate, you know, or whatever the case may be. So I don't think it's more so calculated. I think it's more so just him. Or it could be a little bit of both.
Right.
Yeah, I know, because I try to move calculated and strategic. So, you know, it might be a little bit of both.
We've just seen so many Ricos where the star rapper, the young thug of the situation, or the Lucci is like actually ordering stuff, never mind driving people around to do stuff. And like when you look at Gotti, it's kind of like, oh, I feel like you're someone who you've seen the game, you've been watching it play out for all these years, and you don't want to end up in that situation. So you make sure that you stay very far away from any kind of street shit.
Yeah, for sure. He you know, his upbringing was, I guess it served him right, and I guess in certain, you know what I'm saying, instances, you know, he seen it all at an early age, you know. So, you know, I think if I want to correct me if I'm wrong, I think his mom went to prison, federal prison, maybe one of his aunts or something like that, or whatever. So, you know, he always been around, and he knew the streets at an early age, I'm sure, you know, because it's right there. So I'm sure he know the do's and don'ts. He probably learned them sooner than a lot of other people did.
So you are forming this relationship with Jook and everything, but did you have a relationship with Dolph prior to this, or how well did you know him?
I mean, me and Dolph didn't have a relationship where I wake up on the phone and call him, hey, what up, bro? What you got going on? And pull up on me. It wasn't nothing like that. It was if I had some good weed in Orange Mound that they didn't have necessarily access to at that time in Castalia. There's been times when he's called me and I've called him when he's had a certain grade of marijuana or strand that I didn't have. And, you know, so, you know, yeah, we've done those type of transactions for sure. And,
Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, Big Daddy O, the leader of Paper Route, good dude. Know him personally. Been in them rooms hustling all night with, you know, doing what we had to do.
But so are you thinking, like, by aligning yourself with Jook and Straight Drop and this sort of CMG side, that you're naturally going to kind of become at odds with PRE and Dolph? Or are you thinking, like, I'm just doing business, so I'm not going to really be seen as being...
Yeah, it was more so, you know, because I never was interested in getting... I ain't want the fame that came with it. I just wanted my name on that contract where I get my percentage.
Right.
You know, I don't want to be Diamond Dash or none of that. You know, I just wanted to be able to take care of me and my kids for the rest of my life and generate some wealth, some income for my kids and their kids. So, you know, that was my plan. I ain't never want to move around. I ain't never want to be on Vlad. I ain't never want to be on no Jumper. And I'm a big fan of the show. You know what I'm saying? Follow it for sure, because I'm a hip hop, you know, I come from the era. So,
but some people end up in this position, and some people, the whole goal is to become a media personality or to do enough beefing or enough controversy that they could end up on a show like Vlad or No Jumper. You were just trying to do business, make some money, and then you ended up in the situation where people like us wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, correct. You know, and at the same time, you know, I always been, I who don't like money, and so, you know, if it's a situation where I could potentially capitalize off of negativity, then I'm gonna do it. You know, so I've been seeing a little, you know, backlash and people saying things about my channel, my YouTube channel, which is at quitpics.com. And so, you know, they can be upset or whatever, but at the end of the day, I feel like if they was in my shoes, they would do the same thing, you know. It fell in my lap. I didn't go looking for it or whatever. So, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is kind of weird because you're like famous for something that you didn't do and that you weren't found, that you were at least not found guilty of. But it's like inevitably, like, some percentage of people are going to view you as essentially taking credit for the charges that you beat by doing media, talking about all the charges that you beat. It's kind of like a tricky role for you to be in, huh?
Well, yeah, for the ones that think like that, I think they should, you know, maybe watch the Vlad interview. You know, I ain't never been a goofy to take credit for something that I played no parts in. I absolutely, positively didn't have anything to do with the murder of Young Dolph. I'm gonna give you an example, and I ain't get this to Vlad. I've been in the streets a long time, right? think you could say I probably jumped off the porch maybe when I was maybe 16 or something like that. I was gambling before then, but I wouldn't necessarily call that jumping off the porch. I started getting money, started like dealing drugs maybe when I was 16. And with that being said, I was probably, when Dolph got killed, I probably was maybe, 41 or some shit like that. I mean, I've been in the streets a long time. What idiot gonna go on a drill, conspire to kill someone as famous as Young Dolph and agree to park the car across the street from his house? Like, some shit just don't make no sense.
That is not what you do. You burn the car, you destroy the car.
I've been on this street 40 years plus. Know everybody on the street, from the older people, the younger people, everybody. Why would I park the car across the street from my house while I sell drugs?
You're saying that that's something that some knuckleheads who did this might do, but it's definitely not something that you would have. If you were a part of the conspiracy,
ain't no way
you would have told them to do it a lot smarter than they did.
Even if I advised them or didn't, ain't no way that car coming back across the street from my house.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me ask you about that. So when the shooting did happen, the white Benz went viral, and we seen pictures of it outside of I guess people was calling it a trap. So you saying that was your home outside across the street was where you was living at?
Well, the yard that the car was found in,
yeah,
my spot was directly across the street from it. So.
And that was such a smoking gun when that information came out that we were like, oh, now we know exactly how this situation played out.
Yeah, and you would think that, especially if you don't know the dynamics of my street that I grew up on.
Yeah.
Like, I had a god brother at one point named Bobby Carter, and he's deceased now. That's how I met Cornelius, through him. He brought him around. And with that being said, Cornelius was on that street before I was even released from prison, based off of, Bobby. He had a past to be over there on the strength of Bobby. So he didn't need me to be on the street chilling or whatever the case may be. So when the car was parked at that location, if you don't necessarily know that he had a relationship with Bobby prior to me, you don't know. The only reason you think he might park that car on the street is based off of me, and his relationship. But he was on that street before I even got released from prison, and that was with Bobby.
You knowing both Straight Drop and Cornelius, why would they park that car there? If you just had to guess.
If what was reported is true as it relates to him being shot, I just think they panicked, maybe. From what he testified to, he said Justin was shot, grazed as well.
In the shoulder or?
In the back or something, I think. And if that's the case, if you just coming off a drill, a high profile drill like that, both of y'all shot, I just think they panicked and wasn't thinking. That's the only sense I could make of it,
Because they shot multiple music videos. Straight Drop had multiple music videos in that same yard of the house. So everyone was like, why would you?
Well, I wouldn't say multiple. He only
at least one of them.
He had one.
All right.
And yeah. And so, with that being said, if you got a video that you shot in that yard, you just made more sense of it, Remo. Why would you park the car you just killed off in the same yard where you shot a video with? That's panic. That's the only thing that I could think of. I done been in them situations before, so it's like everything happening fast, so, and it definitely wasn't a conspiracy, because if it was, they would have had something better than that,
Outside of Bobby, what was you and Cornelius's relationship? How did y'all start getting around each other and build a better bond?
You saying before Bobby introduced me to him, or you saying or after?
Outside of him, because you said you met him through your cousin. So like y'all obviously grown your own relationship.
I met him through my god brother, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. And so he was addicted to pills, you know what I'm saying, X pills or whatever the case may be. I had access to him. I always been a hustler. It's my past life. I don't sell drugs and nothing like that no more. But that was the only relationship that I had with him. He would come over, buy pills. He might buy weed every blue moon or whatever the case may be. He just started calling me big bro for whatever reason. I guess just on the strength of Bobby. But if it wasn't for Bobby, I wouldn't even never met that dude. I mean, he's a bum. I mean, a junkie. I wouldn't have never had no type of dealings with him, period.
Because I did hear you say on Vlad. So all right, so you and Jook had the meeting with Straight Drop.
Correct.
At your house. And during that time, or during the meeting, Cornelius happened to walk up to your house and knock on the door. And he actually told you, he was like, you heard he's out here trying to kill Gotti. But you said you didn't want to bring that to Jook's attention at the time, so you just disregarded what he said. And I guess, I don't know, you served him.
Where you heard it from me, Ron?
On the Vlad TV interview you just did.
Yeah.
You said on the Vlad TV, when Straight Drop was there.
I thought you said, no, I ain't saying you lying.
Yeah.
You definitely heard it. I thought maybe I thought you said you got it out of Discovery or something like that.
No, it was, I heard you say
Yeah. But yeah, that's how that went. And, to get Jook over to talk about some music, was a feat in itself.
Right.
Jook ain't gonna pull up in the ghetto for anybody.
Yeah.
And so when Cornelius, when I was approached with this, for one, I thought it was a lie, because I never heard of Dolph trying to do anything to Gotti at that point. I done heard of the shit the other way around. And two, Jook hadn't said nothing to me about no beef or Dolph trying to kill his brother. So why would I go back in there and bring up this weird ass conversation and take a chance on running him off on the potential business deal? I didn't want to take that risk.
Yeah.
You're probably thinking this is a nightmare because he might just get up and leave, spaz out on the dude. There's all kinds of bad shit.
One, I'm thinking, this a pill head. He don't know what the hell he talking about. With me being so, I guess, in tune to the streets, I'm thinking I would hear that before he would have. And by me not having heard it at that point, I'm thinking if I go back in here and say something to Jook about this, and let's just say if it ain't true, Jook gonna be like, who are these weird ass outside saying this goofy ass shit? I don't need to be over. I might not need to be over here.
Yeah.
I might need to roll. So I didn't want to take the chance, and I ain't say nothing to him about it. I came back in, we finished talking about the music, and he was just telling us exactly what we needed to do to get dropped hot to the point where it would be a go. And when he was leaving, and that's when he was approached by Cornelius and Bobby. And
Jook kind of just shrugged it off. He didn't really take it. He didn't really pay attention to it, or what?
I mean,
they did get to have that conversation with him, probably.
Yeah. He most definitely had the conversation, and to my surprise, Jook didn't say, you don't know what the you're talking about. Yeah, Jook knew what he was talking about. Matter of fact, Jook asked him, how did he know that? And he said that Dolph had an aunt or a cousin or something over there that lived by his dad, and Dolph had been bragging on the drill that he, sent some people to get up with Gotti. And Gotti was in the Rolls Royce bulletproof truck.
Damn.
That's how it happened.
Gets deep.
All right, so what was to your knowing, what was Cornelius and Straight Drop's relationship at that time? Because you knew both of them separately, but they happened to both be at your crib the same.
Yeah. So it's like by Cornelius coming over regularly to buy pills, which that was basically my relationship with him. Some days he might try to hang around or sit around. You know how you some of them do when they get sort of comfortable a little bit or whatever.
Yeah.
Now he done got into the big bro now, you know what I'm saying, calling me big bro. So, you know, you might sit down, roll a blunt, just chill or whatever. And of course, you know, he might see Drop or whatever, you know, going or coming, or they might just so happen to be there at the same time or however, you know. But they didn't even really have a relationship, so to speak. You know, it was more so, what's up, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, you know, and they were never kicking it on their own or riding around or nothing like that. You know, I just think that Drop, Cornelius gave an impression to Drop that he was, you know, like that, you know, in the streets or whatever the case may be. And if what the jury said happened is true, then maybe Drop at the last minute or whatever felt like, you know, let me get somebody who say he liked it and they say he liked it and just, you know, do whatever they do. But it was never a close relationship. I ain't never have a bond or none of that, you know, and I can adamantly say that.
Right. You just said that you said Dolph was bragging to his cousin about the hit that he tried to do on Yo Gotti.
So when Juke asked Cornelius how did he know about the attempted hit on his brother, Cornelius said that Dolph had a cousin or an aunt that lived by his dad, and Dolph had been bragging about it, and that's how he supposedly knew about it. And that's how they went.
But it was a well-kept enough secret that you hadn't heard about it.
I hadn't even heard about it. Just think about it. It wasn't even never on social media. You know, God is just so secretive. He never reported it, you know. Street nigga, he ain't gonna report it, you know, or whatever, you know. So it never made its way to the net or whatever. So, you know, I had never heard of it at that point.
But you know what you know being in the streets, and then you said you had a relationship with Dolph somewhat. You can kind of see it maybe being true. Like, why wouldn't he want to get back at somebody shooting at me?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I could see that, you know, but me being who I am, I'm thinking I would have heard that. But they just they did a great job of keeping it under wraps, you know what I'm saying, you know. So it was music to my ears the day that I heard that.
If you had to call it, what do you think started the beef between Gotti and Dolph in the first place?
I just think
because you know they say he didn't sign.
Yeah, I just think that, you know, the music deal, you know what I'm saying, the potential music deal went bad. I just think when Gotti allegedly, from what Dolph said, talked down on his artist to him when he was trying to sign him, when he was like, I ain't got to hold your hand like I got to hold Starlito hand, like I got to hold Zed hand, and you know, you got your own motion and woo. And Dolph did a few interviews saying how Gotti was a sucker in his eyes for talking down on his artist to him to try to sign him. So I think that just, you know, all of that just played a part in it, you know, and just one thing led to another, song started being made, and, you know, and there you have it, you know. Everybody want to be like, you know, they ain't going and they superior, and don't nobody want to stand down. So I just think that's how it happened.
And you feel like the bond Dolph had with Gucci Mane kind of like...
Of course,
because at the time they were saying that, you know, I think Shakur was messing around with Yo Gotti.
Yeah,
messing around.
I mean, Yo did an interview and he said that.
Yeah, on
camera. So I don't think Gotti will get on. I don't think he'll risk his reputation and all of that on camera by saying that, and it ain't true.
Because we've seen Gucci squash his beefs from that era of his life, you know, 2013,
with
2014. A lot of people he's basically patched stuff up, but there are a few notable exceptions. Gotti's one of them. Waka Flocka's one of them.
Yeah.
That we just still haven't really seen them get cool. And there was a lot of rumors or stories being told about Gotti pulling up at Gucci's house with a gun and shit like that.
I don't think that's true. I think when they had the issue back in the day about when Gucci had the issue when Gotti was supposed to drop on 10/17,
Okay, yeah.
and they had a show coming up soon right after Gucci went on the radio or whatever it was and had his rant, and so from what I was told, Gucci didn't show up to that show because it supposed to have been like immediate smoke after that. And he didn't show up or whatever. But yeah, so you know, if he didn't squash his beef with Yo like he did everybody else, I think it's more so about the girl, his wife. And no disrespect to her, but would you be willing to squash some beef with somebody who had sex with your wife? You know, maybe while you was in prison, I don't know when it was or whatever.
Oh Lord.
And supposed to be your friend.
If especially it's like if there's if they've disrespected your girl, like it's one thing if maybe they slept together before you were together, but if they've been disrespectful about your girl, that's usually the thing that you can't get over.
What if it wasn't before? What if they slept with a wife?
And then we're really talking.
Exactly. So that's probably the reason you'll never see that beef squashed.
Because you basically have to like go against his wife.
But what I don't understand is how you could be mad at Gotti and not be mad at your wife.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you know, I guess it's, you know, just different, you know. They move how they move, but me from where I'm from, I ain't gonna be mad at him and not be mad at her.
I mean, when I interviewed Stan G, who I don't know, does that name mean anything to you? You're a Stan G fan?
Am I a Stan G fan?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know he was anybody to be a fan of.
Well, he's a content creator, you know. We had him on here. It did pretty well. Some of the clips went pretty viral.
Yeah, that probably was more so because of you and your friends.
Okay. But anyway, one thing that Stan said, oh man, was that he said that basically like Gucci, if he doesn't like you, he will take the rappers who might have a little bit of buzz from your section and sign them and basically like kind of go out of his way to create controversy or beef with dudes from your section. And that in Stan's mind is the explanation for why certain artists from Memphis got signed to Gucci is basically because that was Gucci's way of sort of subliminally beefing with Gotti.
I think whoever that person is you're talking about is right to a certain extent because you know, for him to have it's talent all over the world. And he had hella interest in the artists here, in Memphis. And a lot of the artists that he signed were artists that was in, I guess, rival neighborhoods, things like that, you know. Gucci ain't dumb at all, you know. So I do think there was a way of like subliminally trying to antagonize Gotti, you know, or whatever. Like I'm going to get the talent out of your city. You supposed to be this big CEO, and you know I can't tell, I guess, so to speak.
And it's like from Gucci's perspective, it's like if he could spend $20K, $30K, whatever it might be, to sign an artist, and then basically create like a permanent thorn in the side of a major rapper that he does not get along with. I mean, that's kind of attractive. He doesn't have to get his hands dirty at all. And he basically like creates an op for him in his own city, never has to really engage with it, but also knowing that the rapper realistically is not going to say no to this big opportunity.
Exactly. You know, and it also created a sense of protection too, especially if you come to Memphis, you know, so, you know, cause you know, Gucci, he signed some credible street dudes, you know, FTO Set, can't forget the other one. I forget.
Shiesty?
Blue Shiesty.
Yeah, for sure, Shiesty. Yeah, for sure, Shiesty. Yeah, that was, you don't even have to mention Shiesty's name.
That was like the greatest success of his like current 1017. Yeah.
I forget. It's another one that's from North Memphis. Yeah, I can't remember.
Big Walk Dog. Was he from there or was he from Texas?
Where Fujiani from?
Fujiani. He ain't from Memphis. Yeah, he ain't from
Where were you at when you found out that Young Dolph got shot at Makita's Cookies?
I was actually going headed to my brother's car lot, and I had to go and holler at him about a vehicle. So I was going down Lamar and Crump at that time.
And how did you hear it? Was it on the news or like tweets or?
So, social media. My phone started buzzing. I started getting a couple calls or whatever. And so yeah, that's how I found out.
And then instantly, you probably seen the viral pictures because I seen you say on Vlad, because initially, Straight Drop and them didn't get charged with it at first, but you said the streets were already trying to charge them or not charge them, but saying that Cornelius and Straight Drop had something to do with it. And you were seeing that on the internet, like seeing the pictures outside of the house, and everybody trying to say Straight Drop had something to do with it because he shot the music video there. Is that where you was getting that information from? Just the social media of people saying that because of that?
Yeah, for sure. You know, social media, you know, that shit spread like wildfire, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, like I said, I started getting calls or whatever, and from other people seeing things on social media that I wasn't seeing. And so yeah, it was more so, and then the things that I was seeing, it was more so related to Straight Drop because Cornelius basically was a nobody, you know. So whatever I seen in the beginning, it wasn't nothing Cornelius. It was just Straight Drop.
And how many days was it before Straight Drop started becoming basically the number one suspect in the eyes of the YouTubers in the community?
Shit,
That same day.
It was the same day. Okay.
That same night.
Yeah.
So from your perspective, I'm assuming that you weren't thinking, "Oh, I'm going to get charged with this." You were probably just thinking, "Damn, I wanted to sign him, and I thought this was going to be a great opportunity." And it seems like he fucked that opportunity up.
In the beginning, of course, I'm not thinking that I'm gonna get charged, you know, because I know in my heart that I had nothing to do with it. When I started to have concerns is when my previous attorney that I had before Manny, he reached out to me on Super Bowl and called me early in the morning and was like, "Oh, Van, what you got going?" I said, I'm just at the house, Massey, what's going on?" And he said, "I want you to meet me in my office." I said, "You do know it's Super Bowl Sunday, right?" And he said, "Yeah, come on, we're not gonna take long." So I pulled up on him, and we're in the office, just me and him. We sit down, and he said, "Oh, Van, I've been hearing a lot of rumblings downtown about this Young Dolph case. Are you gonna need me?" And I looked him in his eye and told him, I said, "Need you for what? Like, I ain't had nothing to do with it." I told him the part I played as it relates to the music. And he was just like, well, I just wanted to talk to you and see if we needed to get ahead of this thing. And no, we don't need to get ahead of nothing because I ain't had no parts in it. So, from me going through the legal system, throughout my unfortunate drug career, I know I could tell that he was sent to do that. My attorney.
Meaning the cops send him there? Because I was thinking like, oh, he just heard this rumor because he's so close to the justice system.
See, I'm gonna tell you, the lawyers. That was one of the main reasons why I went and got an attorney from out of town.
Uh-huh.
Everybody is like a buddy system. Everybody got a relationship. From the lawyers to the DAs, the prosecutors. They all eat lunch together. They play golf together. the first steps of being a father at that point. I was still young or whatever the case may be. And so with that being said, you know, I wasn't necessarily in her life, especially when she was younger. When she got older, you know, it was moments and things like that when we would, you know, spend time together or whatever, you know, especially like when she got into certain situations, you know, she would call me first or whatever. When she went to college, she had the incident when she went to jail, and I went and bonded her out of jail and all of that. So it's like maybe if I would have been there when she was younger, but I can't say that she would have turned out different because I still was in the street. She still was gonna see me, her dad, no matter what I tell her, you know. If she still see me doing the total opposite, then how much good does it do? It's just like with my 15-year-old, you know, whenever I'm around him, like I can't let him see me smoke marijuana if I'm telling him you can't smoke it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just don't do it, you know. It just don't feel right or whatever. So, you know, just trying to be a better father or whatever, so to speak, I guess.
For sure. Okay. You know, one name that I was just curious about asking about, since he was so involved with this stuff historically, is like, did you ever have a relationship with Blac Youngsta, or did you know him particularly well?
Nah, we never met. I don't know him. You know, I just know he from the city, and you know, he knew he was close to a good friend of mine that's deceased now, King Fish. And so Youngsta looked up to him. Youngsta actually from the same street that Fish from, Macmillan. And but no, we never met.
Because when you look back to that time period when the Gotti and Dolph beef was like really kind of starting to play out online and stuff, it is kind of crazy to look back on it and think that you have Yo Gotti, who's traditionally always been pretty tight-lipped, pretty quiet about beef and everything, and then all of a sudden he's got this new artist who is just acting a fool, doing all the craziest shit, pulling up to people's neighborhoods, making Instagram videos, etc. All this stuff that you don't see anybody associated with CMG doing that stuff. You don't really see a lot of rappers besides, like, you know, more underground guys doing that type of shit in general these days, just because I think people are a little bit more aware of how much the cops are watching them on social media and everything. But yeah, looking back on that, does that seem like a crazy chapter in Memphis history? Especially because I have had people suggest to me that Blac Youngsta is no longer associated with CMG, and he might have took it out of his bio on Instagram and stuff.
I seen something, somebody post something on his saying that he scrubbed his social media, CMG or whatever. You know, I think you can kind of compare it to maybe the same way with me and Flip. You know, I'm sure him and Yo go through their ups and downs or whatever, but I'm sure Youngsta know at the end of the day that Gotti changed his life. And I'm sure he got a great deal of respect for Yo, or whatever the case may be. As far as Gotti being, for the most part, laid back and out of the way and to go sign Youngsta, I don't think it was nothing out of the norm. You know, just because Gotti moved how he moved, he's still from the environment, and he's still from the, you know, he got that element about himself. He, you know, he just moved like a boss, you know what I'm saying, a CEO. But I mean, technically, Youngsta, I mean, he ain't the only fool over there. You know, ESTG, he a fool in his own right. You know, G get busy, you know, so, you know, he just ain't, he ain't funny with it like Youngsta.
Yeah. The Youngsta era was very entertaining.
Yeah, for sure.
It's hard not to pay attention to all that shit. But yeah, I mean, we'll probably never see another beef play out as like cartoonishly as that. Like in terms of some like real life, people losing their lives and shit type beef. I mean, that shit just sort of stands out to me as like, damn, that was a wild era. Kind of like that early Chicago drill era where everybody was just documenting all their beefing and all that shit.
That was when I first started, you know, them dissing the dead and all of that when I first got on that drill culture. But yeah, Youngster, he a live wire to say it in a good way, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. But he been playing it pretty low for what I see for the most part lately, anyway.
Yeah, he ain't really seen him pop out and say too much crazy.
Yeah, me neither,
where were you at when you heard the news that Jook had passed away? And how did it affect you?
I think I was riding down the street. I got a call, and I just was like, damn, you know. I hated it for Big Daddy, you know. I hate that for anybody that I know, you know. It was crazy, you know. It's just the streets, you know what I'm saying. You gotta move how you supposed to move. No slippers goes.
Cause he was at a funeral and he was taking a smoke break, or
yeah, he was at a repast, you know, when they going to celebrate, you know, the life or whatever. Went outside to take a smoke break, and there it was.
You did say something that stood out to me. You said the streets already know who did it, but you feel like Memphis police ain't really taking initiative on that case. Why do you think they ain't really moving this quick?
I mean, you know, they, for whatever reason, you know, I guess they just had they interest just peak in certain cases, you know, certain situations that they may not have a personal interest in for whatever reason, you know. Young Dolph's wife went on record to say that our DA requested that she endorse his campaign. So maybe that's part of the reason. I don't know, you know. I can't sit here and say that about him, but, you know, maybe so. I don't know why they take the initiative to go through all of their resources for certain cases, and then it's certain ones that they just let just be. So I can't speak on why, but I just don't understand though if the streets know how they don't.
Yeah, I mean, I can think of examples with other street situations where like everybody knows. Like we've all seen a video of a certain rapper who's basically involved in a attempted murder that turned into his homie getting murdered, etc. And it's like everybody on the street knows, and the cops haven't arrested the person. And sometimes it's just they take their sweet ass time, or I guess it just takes a long time to put together cases and shit.
Man, I don't know. It's I done seen some things so blatant on the internet where you look at it and you be like, man, if this shit was in Memphis, they ass have been in jail.
Yeah.
You know, like, just say for instance, the Julio Fulio's shit with him and Young and Ace now. If that same shit was in Memphis, Tennessee, their ass would have been in jail. You know, you going to people's graves and, you know what I'm saying, making songs about how you killed the whole car and, you know what I'm saying, with 3 people in the car and all of that and bragging on it. Ain't no way that the prosecution would have been slobbing at the mouth indicting their ass.
It feels like down south, the attitude is like, if you're doing something that we clearly think is wrong, we're going to arrest you and we're going to figure out how to prosecute you. Whereas in a lot of like big cities, East Coast, West Coast type cities, the attitude is more like, it's so hard to make charges stick to people that why would we even arrest the criminals and the gang members, because we're going to have such a hard time putting a case on them. We need to wait until we have everything by the letter, every last detail, so that we can try to prosecute somebody, which is like down south just feels like a totally different energy.
I mean, I agree because, you know, a couple lawyers in my situation, they said, you know, you have the DAs have they supposed to have like a legal obligation to not move forward with cases that they know or feel like that they can't prove. You because you just creating a prejudice for the defendant for no reason. You just taking them through a hardship, and that's what my attorney was pretty much saying. Like, they just basically derailed my whole life, based off of the lies of a pill junkie, and so with that being said, that's why we got to where we was at, and it is what it is.
Do you think if Jook wouldn't have been killed, they would have tried to charge him too?
They were definitely actively trying to charge Big Jook when he was killed. Yes, they were. They just wanted it on a higher scale.
What do you mean by that?
Federal.
Oh, word. That's what you...
Yeah.
That's what you heard?
It ain't what I heard, it's what I know.
Do you think the feds are still working on charging other people in Memphis for stuff?
Related to this case?
Yeah.
There's nobody left to charge.
Yeah, right.
It ain't nobody left to charge. I mean, who they gonna charge? I mean, it ain't nobody to charge.
What was your moments like sitting in that courtroom, waiting for that judge to read out your verdict of you being found guilty or not guilty? Walk us through that day, knowing that you might get sentenced, or you could be possibly sentenced for life.
The night prior was rough. I had a couple negative people in my ear, just like a couple of the homeboys. Man, ain't no way I'm walking in there tomorrow. Man, you crazy as hell.
Yeah.
You gonna walk back in there and let them folks say guilty and handcuff you? Man, you gotta make them do their job. And
Right, they were telling you to go on the run?
yeah, the day before the verdict. As soon as they started deliberating, I had a couple partners, and they was like, man, you tougher than me, man. You're nuts, man. Like Paul Bunyan. Ain't no way I'm going there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this shit. They'll have another news story. Quit on the run.
Because mind you, you're out, for the people who don't know, you're out on bond at this time.
Yeah, I'm out on bond.
And it was like a $90,000 bond?
$90,000 bond, yeah.
Right.
And so, I ended up talking to my brother, and I just decided to, man, just go on in there, and
So running was an option for a little bit.
Nah, I wasn't gonna say it was an option. It was funny.
Yeah.
I was listening to my partner, them call me, what I'm saying? Man, I ain't ran in all this time, I ain't finished, what I'm saying, But you think about the what ifs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, and but with that being said, just going through, I mean, if you go back to the first day of jury selection when I signed the deal for the 10 years. And
Dahl family rejected it.
Yeah. They rejected it, and I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to sign the deal for the 10 years, But it's like my attorney Manny, he got a lawyer friend from Memphis named Leslie Ballin, and Leslie worked on a case with him before. Might have been with Pac-Man Jones or somebody, but he came in the room and he was like, "Govan, you ever been to my office?" And I said, "Nah, Leslie, I ain't never been to your office." And he said, "Well, I got a pair of dice on my table." And he said, "Sometimes me and my colleagues, we play dice. And sometimes we'll gamble a little bit, not nothing major." He said, "But when we do gamble, one thing that I don't gamble?" I said, "What's that, Mr. Ballin?" He said, "Nothing that I can't afford to lose." He said, "Govan, you got a son, 2 sons that love you to death. You can't afford to lose your life. Take the 10 years." And so when he said that, just me being in the streets, it made sense to me. Why play with my life? Why, risk everything? If I can't do 3.5, 4 more years, then I should have been a deacon.
To me, I was kind of surprised when I first heard you say that in the Vlad interview, just because from my perspective, it's like, if you really didn't do it and you really don't feel like they have any really truly convincing information that they're going to bring to the table, I don't know. I mean, I understand like wanting to eliminate the chance of doing like a really extremely long sentence or getting, you know, many, many decades, but shit, I don't know. It's just so hard for me to imagine pleading guilty for something that I didn't do.
See, you know, I was looking at it from, you know, the big picture, you know, with all the media coverage, negative media coverage, everybody saying I'm the mastermind. I felt like it was going to be hard for any normal person to put that to the back of their mind and say, let me give my verdict based off of what's in front of me. So that was one of my biggest fears and one of the main reasons why I decided to sign for the 10 years, because I just thought that the media coverage had like a major negative effect on my case and had me like handicapped, so to speak. So I just went at that point, you know, and then my lawyer, Manny Aurora, the whole time, Manny was like, well, we going all the way, you know. I mean, he like, at the end of the day, you know, you make the decisions, but if I'm in your shoes, we going all the way. All the way up until maybe a few days before trial, and I told him about a conversation that I had with my son. That conversation kind of made Manny change his tune a little bit, because he has an autistic son as well, but the conversation that I had was with my 15-year-old, not my autistic son. And he was just like, you know, if based off of the evidence that they had, if I lost and lose my life, you know, and be gone from my son, he was just like, he don't know. He just said it would have affected him as well, you know, and he said he probably wasn't able to practice law anymore after that. And when he said that, you know, it kind of made me feel like, you know, he really invested and he really cared about me, you know, my son, and just knew that he was a genuine person for him to even say that, you know. And because he asked me, he was like, go in, can you do some more time? I said, yeah, depending on how much it is, yeah, I can do it. And so when we came with the 10, I just felt like it was the best thing to do, and did it, and they took it to the family, and they said no. So here I am. Evidently, you know, it wasn't meant.
I mean, it's got to be a crazy feeling for them, because they almost had the person who's the mastermind allegedly behind their guy's death doing 10 years, and then instead you're out here doing podcasts. Like their miscalculation there seems pretty intense. Although I also wonder, like, do you think that they unanimously agree that you're guilty? That's like 100% the feelings. Everybody associated with PRE think that you're the dude too?
No, I can't say everybody, because I've had conversations with people that's associated with Paper Route that know me. They know me personally, and they know that I wouldn't do something like that. They know I've always been a hustler. I had $10,000 in high school. So for me to agree to $10,000 to take the life of someone as talented and famous as Young Dolph would be diabolical, ludicrous. Now, if you said $1 million or a couple million or something, then maybe we might have something to talk about. But $10,000? I can go and ask a friend for that. Like, I don't have many friends, but I got a couple of them that are in dire need, they would do it. So why would I go and try to take this man's life that got kids of his own? And it just ain't me.
Yeah, I mean, we probably all kind of have a ballpark idea of like what people could get paid for murders. It's like $10,000 is so not worth the percentage chance that you get caught it's not worth the danger that you're putting yourself into in that situation, because obviously he's with people with guns that are going to shoot back at you or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, just in general, it's like if you want to make 10 grand, I mean, especially somebody like you who's got a street acumen, I'm sure you could think of 10 different ways to make 10 grand that would be
Correct.
infinitely less risky.
And you know, and when they came from Cornelius, you got to judge it off a lot of the other lies that he told. Like, example, in my trial, when the lady that's like his grandmother testified and took the stand. If you notice, when she took the stand, she said a lot of great things about Cornelius, about him helping her at the store with groceries and all of this, a lot of good things. But when she was asked about when he said that she received $800 and a note from someone related to Justin or associated with Justin after the murder. And he testified to this on the stand, and it's in discovery. This lady who has no dog in this fight, no interest at all, said that didn't happen. I don't know this lady. Never met her one day in my life. And so when she was asked about this, and for her to say that she's fed Cornelius, gave him shelter before, during the course of knowing him over 40, 30-some years, if he said that she received $800 in a note, he a damn lie. So here it is, we about to possibly send someone to jail for the rest of their natural life based off of the words of him, and he would lie on this old lady like his grandmother and involve her in this dangerous case, all because of his part of his lie for him to try to come home. Not knowing that these people, or I was gonna hire private investigators like Quantrell Fletcher, that was my private investigator. Like, and for them to go and dig and find out if these crazy things he's saying are true or not. So he didn't think that far. And so, you know, that should kind of put it more in perspective of what kind of person we're dealing with. If you allow an old lady like that, that's like your grandmother, and involve her in something like this for no reason at all. That's just crazy to me.
How did you feel? Did you know Straight Drop Brother in advance, or
Jamarcus?
Yeah.
Nah. I never met him, never seen him. Matter of fact, before the case, I never knew
that he had a brother.
I never knew. I know he got a brother by his mom, you know, but I think that brother there that testified against him, I think they got the same dad. So I never knew of him, never heard of him, you know, a day before in my life.
Right. So so it wouldn't have been surprised for him to testify against since
it wouldn't, you know, from the kind of person that I heard he is or whatever, it's not surprising. I you know, from what I heard he's, you know, was a good kid, you know, good person, working type of young dude or whatever the case may be. So when you involve them kind of people like that in street shit, that's what happened. You know, they do what regular citizens do.
So how'd you actually feel when you heard the not guilty being read out?
I mean, it was just a relief, Adam. I mean, you know, leading up to that, prior to that, to kind of go back to Remo question, it's a feeling that I wouldn't wish on nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I done been through, man, Adam, I done been shot 7 times. I done been in all type of shootouts. Growing up in the Orange Mound community, you name it, I done seen it. I've been through it all, and that feeling right there, it's one thing to be waiting on a verdict, and you could possibly get sentenced to 8 years, 10 years. But when you waiting on a verdict and the rest of your natural life on the line, it's a whole different beast. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to have some. And that's just like shout out to Wack. You know what I'm saying? Like Wack, I heard someone online, and Wack was actually taking up for me, surprisingly. You know, Wack was like, you know, y'all sitting up saying, you know, he a rat or an informant, but he just dropped his nuts and went all the way to trial. The whole way. Like, you can line 10 more niggas up and probably 8 of them will tuck their tail and sign for whatever on the table. I went all the way. If I wanted the easy route, I could have testified against Straight Drop and went home. Like, that was an option for me. I could have did that and got probation. I held my nuts and went to trial. So, you know, some of the shit they say just goofed out.
I mean, what was the logic by which they were calling you a snitch?
I mean, maybe it's based off of, and that's a great question, Adam. So I was in federal prison before, right? And it's a certain TV personality. The other day, he showed something online where it was like, well, my name was attached to some paperwork of a guy named Terrence Yarbrough. And that is true. And what happened with that is, see, what they do is they tell you half the story. They try to make it seem, you know, favorable or sound good or whatever. They don't tell you the fact that he was a child molester. Well, I ain't gonna say child molester. He pimped out underage girls. And they not gonna say that I made a phone call for him on my phone as a favor, like how we do in the blocks. Nigga can't get through to their people. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, make a 3-way call for me. I make the 3-way call for you. Just so happened, they already listening to my phone calls thinking that I'm going to be calling Fish and my brother Big Baby, or, you know, or whatever the case may be. And when they hear me make this call for him and he get on my phone and call his sister and get to saying, erase the files out the computers, all the underage girls and all of this shit. And then a few weeks later, they reach out to my attorney, the sex crime police, and he tell me when I call home that he want me to call. And so when I call, he tell me that they reached out, and I'm like, reached out to you for what? I don't deal with no sex crimes. And he was like, calm down, it ain't about you. So when it was brought to my attention what it was about the phone call that I made. They played the whole phone call. And there was some things that was said on there that I don't think no male in this room would have said, especially about underage kids. And I said, that ain't me. And they said, well, we know it's not you. We just, you know, wanted to hear what you had to say.
But from the perspective of the law, if it took place on your phone, it's a fine line, right?
Yeah.
They feel like you officiated this phone call. Who's to say that you weren't basically standing right there listening?
Yeah. Or who said it's not you changing your voice?
Oh, sure, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they had to clarify that.
Yeah.
And at the time, I was indicted for a gun, and I think I had some marijuana in my pocket. It's a 924G and a 922C. They was offering me 15 apiece, 30 years. And when they said that if I made a statement basically saying that that wasn't me on that phone call, saying inappropriate things about underage kids, that would help me out tremendously. Now you go find me, well, maybe there's another stupid ass nigga around here that he's so real that he gonna say, yeah, that was me on that phone call talking about underage kids. Go find me one. You might can find one, but it ain't me. So that's where
So the whole snitching that you did or cooperating, quote unquote, that you did was basically just saying that wasn't my voice on the phone. Out here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, nothing further. I never, I didn't testify at his trial or none of that. That alone, me clarifying that wasn't me on that phone call, turned my 30 years to 5.
Mm.
So,
the police,
you know, niggas been knew about it. It ain't no secret. I stand on it. I ain't no nigga gonna do nothing about it. And it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that's snitching accusation culture gone too far. If that's going to be the kind of thing that people are taking issues with,
You know, so with that, I ain't. I know one thing, like I ain't him. I ain't that real. I ain't finna say, that's me. That was me on the phone.
yeah.
So you got me fucked up.
For sure.
Whoever don't like it is what it is.
So, I mean, just in general, even before the verdict came out, you're dealing with the fact that you are now essentially a celebrity, especially in Memphis, but really kind of countrywide as well. After like your whole life, you were basically, doing your thing without having a ton of eyeballs on you. Once you get not guilty, then all of a sudden it's like there's opportunities for you. Had you been thinking about that before? Or were you just 100% focused on the case? And was it strange making the decision to start doing interviews and 20 versus 1s and things?
Well, I knew it was going to be, if I say that I wasn't aware that it was going to be some opportunities out there, I'd be lying.
Right.
One, I had already been communicating with Vlad during the case. 2, me and Brick Baby had already been chopping it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
From prison or before he got locked up?
Before he got locked up.
Got it.
Yeah, this one.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He was, this one he was running with Sharp.
Sharp.
Yeah, Sharp.
Got it.
Yeah, him and Sharp was in Vegas and shit a lot. So me and Brick, we was chopping it up, and he was like, man, we got to get you down on no jumper and woo and all of that, So, I was aware that there was some opportunities out there for me, and what person gonna turn that down? Considering everything that I went through.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit of a reward tour, a little bit of a victory lap to be able to like have all these people interested in you, even though it's funny because like 20 versus 1 is basically like a dating show. And the idea of like taking someone who's, just beat a high profile murder. I mean, honestly, the Woody thing got me accustomed to whatever. Cause it's like, oh, so this fool went on, took the stand and just talked super crazy, spun the whole trial. I mean, after I saw that, I'm like, all right, anything goes now.
But it's like, as it relates to Woody, though, as far as him telling, you still got to give Woody his props, though.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
nobody ever told as good as him.
Yeah, you crazy.
I mean, as the full picture,
I mean, I look at it like this, Woody had his reasons for doing whatever he did in the beginning. But Woody's so much of a good dude and got a good heart, like, he couldn't see himself being the reason that Thug went to jail for the rest of his life. That's just the kind of person Woody is. When Woody was on that stand saying, I don't recall, Woody ain't retarded at all. You know what I'm saying? I have long, in-depth conversations with Woody. You know what I'm saying? Woody, we pray together. You know what I'm saying? All of that. Good dude. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I just feel like he get a bad rap, so to speak, with a lot of people or whatever, because at the end of the day, whatever happened in the beginning of the case happened, but they don't speak on the fact that he the reason that them niggas free. They don't speak on that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They always gonna talk negative about him and what happened in the beginning, but speak on the fact that he did what a lot of us wouldn't have did. He came back, stood on business, played like he was retarded as a mother, and freed everybody.
Definitely not a strategy that anybody would have been able to predict.
Correct.
We didn't even know that the legal system could operate in such a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, just as long as we're talking about the Woody thing, what's your perspective on all of the recordings that have come out of Thug and his interrogation tape and all this? It feels like hip hop is kind of split between whether he deserves the snitch reputation or not at this point.
Man, I think if Thug was a rat, the whole Atlanta would be in jail. That's just my personal opinion. I think Thug said some things. See, a lot of niggas that's speaking on this ain't never been on 23 and 1 like we have.
Mm.
When you locked in a cell 23 hours a day and you get 1 hour, and some days you might not even get the one if they short staff. You know, I think Thug was just on the phone with his girl, just saying things like, example, like the shit he said about Glorilla.
Yeah.
Like, anybody look at Glow and Glow ain't nothing ugly about Glow.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? You know, does Thug have a certain standard of women that he probably date? I'm sure, yeah. You know them exotic women or whatever, but I'm sure he probably was just talking. You know, she was new in the game and she probably wasn't as beautiful then as she is now or whatever. Maybe that's what he meant to say.
She has had a glow up.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, when you get money make you look better.
Yeah.
You know, that's with anybody, you
For
know.
sure.
And so, but she was never ugly, you know. She just added the money to it and it's just kind of like enhanced certain things, you know. So, yeah, but as far as, you know, Thug or whatever, you know, I just think like the issue with him and Baby, you know, the issue with him and a lot of his peers and friends, you know, it seemed like they kind of like unfollowing them and things like that or whatever, you know. Some of this shit I think is kind of being blown out of proportion, especially like with Baby, when he called Baby lame on the phone. You know, so I'm waiting on Wham lame ass when he was trying to put the album out. You know how many partners that I die for I done call lame?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Some of it is getting blown out of proportion. You could read between it.
Yeah, like I could be waiting on one of my homeboys to come pick me up. If he take it too long, I'll be like, man, whole ass, nigga, lame ass. I love him to death though.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And if Thug don't love nobody, you know he love Wham. You know, so yeah, I just think, you know, he just getting a bad shake on, you know.
We haven't seen like a lot of the people that he says shit about really like react to it besides QCP, who's kind of the most extreme example. And it's also like the person that Thug might have said the most extreme shit about because, you know, Dirk can't be too mad about Thug being frustrated about not getting a verse right away. Or even with Future, it's kind of like he did call him like a dumb ass dude or some shit, but he was
deadbeat.
But yeah, he was giving his judgment on Future having all these kids out of wedlock and shit, which if you're really homies, you probably should be telling your homie that. Like, you don't need to keep nutting in all these girls and stuff. I didn't feel like that was that extreme, but for QCP to realize that Thug and other people were talking about him and calling him a snitch behind the scenes, that's probably the one that's not gonna just go away.
Yeah, and it's like, but when you look at Thug though, just damn baby, what was Baby little partner name? Lil Steve. One used to be with Baby all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, Thug exposed him being a rat. And so Thug done always stood on the rat, the no snitching shit or whatever. So me, if Thug is who he say he is, I don't think that's the first time that he's mentioned to Baby how he feels about Pete or whatever. And so,
for all we know, Baby might agree because Baby's locked in a contract. You don't really get to have an opinion.
Exactly. You know, Baby, you know, because Baby
PB Roscoe was holding Wayne's drugs. Like, all right, that's not really like that crazy. Or
They not finna go back. They can't go back and,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like that old goofy shit.
definitely not.
What's that, a misdemeanor?
Yeah, definitely not the thing that like the average person is thinking of
You know
in
how
terms
much-
of what you're supposed to be quiet with the cops. Or but like if you're just talking to them for hours and hours in general, you can't really blame people
Do
for.
you know how much real street shit that Thug probably know about
Oh yeah,
that he could have told them people if he was really a rat?
Yeah, all of us. I mean, really, all of us. If we had a gun to our head, could probably cough up a lot of stuff.
Man, listen, if I was really me, if I was really, I've been running with real street dudes, street cats my whole life.
Yeah,
We done like, I got people, individuals that love me like cook food because they know that we done everything it is up under the sun, and I done been in those situations. I just was in one, you know, where I could have did and said some horrible things about people that I grew up with and that I got a relationship with, but I ain't go that route. You know, I took it on myself, and I chose not to put none of my friends or any of that in jail just because I was in a jam.
So all the Young Dolph fans who, even though you beat the trial and you beat the case, and they still gonna run with the narrative, I think this nigga guilty. I think he did it. Where the 100K at? Is it a thing for you to prove, or do you care to like for them to know that you're innocent, or you're just gonna let them believe what they believe? Like, how important is it for them to know?
In the world that we live in now, with the trolls and all of that, I mean, I don't care, I guess, you know, because the internet, just the internet, you know, like, I guess you can say like with the Wu situation, I care about that to a certain extent. Not that it's about Wu or nothing, because Wu a little kid to me. I got kids his age. You know what I'm saying? It's about the respect that I got for his mom and his dad. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, so with that being said, you know, things like that matter to me. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, I wouldn't want his mom or his dad to bring no harm to one of my kids. But far as like some fans feeling how they feel about me, I don't give a fuck about that shit. You know, it's like, get in line. Like, people been hating me my whole life. Ain't never bothered me. Ain't never had no type of negative effect on me because I'm going to do what I want to do, go where I want to go. I pulled up to No Jumper today by myself.
this is true.
You don't see no gang with me, no crew or none of that. I ain't affiliated. I ain't no Crip or Blood. I'm me. Like, I ain't never needed no nigga to hold my nuts. Like, I'm what you seeing like across from you.
But you're probably somebody who moves around very selectively and intelligently in Memphis, I would think, right? LA is a different place.
Yeah, for sure. You know, or whatever, you know. I mean, but even when I'm in Memphis now, like I was just live the other day. You can go check my YouTube out by myself. Liquor store, wherever I want to go. Like I haven't been the narrative that I've been dodging and hiding is, and what I'm about to say now, my lawyer probably gonna be mad at me. When I was on house arrest, I wasn't on house arrest. I wouldn't hide. I was doing things that I wasn't supposed to do. I ain't never, and when I say that, I'm saying far as like, I might go get a bite to eat or, you know, or something like that. Or if I need some clothes or something real quick, go shopping. And I wasn't supposed to be doing them little things. You know, if I would have got caught, it might would have been trouble.
Yeah.
And when I say got caught, I'm talking about like by the judge or something like that or whatever the case may be. So I ain't been doing no hiding. I don't move around with the military in Memphis. You know, I move how I'm supposed to move. And that's dead on that. You know, but definitely not hiding.
But you gotta know that it's probably some niggas that's in Memphis looking to run into you though, right? Like, do you feel that aspect of it too?
In some Memphis, is in Memphis that's looking to run into me. It's kind of hard for me to agree with that because it's like, it's a lot of niggas in Memphis that dislike me. But far as like itching to have a collision with me, that ain't something that, I mean, I would strongly advise. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I ain't saying I'm the toughest or nothing like that, but who want to see a train wreck? I know I don't. You know what I'm saying? If I could do anything about it, and if you really, really, really wanted to find me, I mean, you can.
And if somebody wants to do something to you, I mean, I'm sure from your perspective, it's like wait until they run into you is one way to do it, or they could, you know, they could wait around for you. Like you know how a really serious dude would go about doing it, and it's not like there's a timeline on Get Back or whatever. Like they could wait an extended period of time to do something for you, but ultimately, like you going to the mall is probably not going to be the thing that causes this to boil over. Because if they really wanted to do it, they could probably figure out how to go about it.
I mean, you get niggas in Chicago. How many shootings you know of in Chicago when they go to court and they leave court, they get killed?
Yeah, a lot.
Here too.
Yeah, my court.
More like fighting. You get to see. You actually get to see gang members fight out here.
My court dates. Every last one of my court dates was advertised on TV. I could have easily been found. Like I said, I just seen 3 paper route associates a couple weeks ago. And
was Kenny one of them?
No, I'm talking about Kenny Money, a rapper. I'm talking about niggas who done put their blood, sweat, and tears in the paper route. Because that's from Castalia. You know what I'm saying? It's their own shit in Castalia. Like, they got actual paper route chains. And I seen them, and every last one of them shook my hand. Because they know me as a person, you know. Do they know what I did last summer? No, they don't. But me as an overall person, they know me, and the quit that they know that I wouldn't conspire to kill someone for $10,000, especially someone that ain't done shit to me. They know that.
Right. So what's up with you and Kenny? Because I seen you, you was on, I think, your page recently, and you said that you had a video of
You
him.
miss anything?
I try to keep up as good as I can, but like, I guess you said you got a video of him and Teezy getting into it, and you was gonna leak it. I'm like,
yeah,
right.
you know, man, and it's crazy. Like,
What? All right, what made you even want to? He said something about you.
Subliminally, you know what I'm saying?
Because I didn't catch
on here.
No, here. You know, and I ain't even check his entire interview out on here. I seen some of it, but he made a post, and it was like either the same day or the next day after my not guilty verdict. You know what I'm saying? And it was like a disappointment that I beat the case, and for one, I took offense to some of the things that he said in the post. 2, I'm looking like, okay, so let's say you that invested in it. Dolph was your homeboy, your guy, you know what I'm saying? And you gonna ride and slide for him. Why would you want me in jail?
I did see the post. So basically, he kind of said like, Memphis, the city failed Dolph.
Yeah, failed, let him down. Yeah.
So, all right. So you feel like, all right, if you know what I'm saying, if you're going to stand on that, then he should want it in the streets anyway.
Yeah,
so him saying that's kind of.
Yeah, it's contradicting what you say in your music.
I feel you.
Why
so
you...
that was the post that made you go through that.
Exactly. And prior to that, had no issue with the little homie. Like, you know what I'm saying? Want to see him shine, get his money, do his music or whatever. We don't even know each other like that to have an issue. So with that being said, that was my response because I witnessed the fight. I seen it, you know, when him and Teezy fought about Teezy girl. You know, and Mike Tyson lost. He don't make Kenny money, you know what I'm saying, or less of a person or whatever. I just letting them know though, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, just reminding them, hey, quit playing with me. Like for real. Like, you know, I ain't got no issue with you, but I don't mind trolling with you. Like, we can do this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Do you feel like the city of Memphis let Dolph down with the straw?
I don't, because the 2 people responsible finna be in jail. Well, the 2 people that's allegedly responsible.
Yeah.
Finna be in jail for quite some time. So, if you look at it like that, nah, I don't feel like they let Dolph down.
What was the all right? So you and Charleston White been going back and forth. We ain't got to talk on it too much. But one of the things I did see him say that I was like, what? He paid someone $3,000 to go to your daughter's gravesite and leave a bottle of piss?
Man, if you believe it, then I taught Adam how to do this podcast shit. Man, look.
Definitely sounds like something he would say, but not actually do.
Exactly. It's definitely he, come on, you know, he'll say some,
Yeah.
this Charleston we talking about here. But, when I seen that, I definitely did the dashboard.
And went to the...
Yeah, I went.
And nothing was there?
Nothing, And, and like, I can't speak too much on that situation, but if that would have happened, Charleston would have had it recorded, and it would have been great content for him. Bad content, considering what it's about,
the world,
you know what I'm saying, or whatever. But I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna leave that alone. I think Charleston, a lot of the stuff he does is character. And it's crazy what I'm about to say. A lot of people wouldn't even expect for me to say this. But some of the things that he say when he get to saying things about kids and stuff, I really don't think he mean it. I just really think he just being character.
Mm.
Your heart can't be like that. And you still being successful. I don't think God would allow a person to be as successful as he is, knowing that his heart is riding like that. So I think he know what to say to create content and to make people come to his channel or whatever. But this the same person that, was saying that he wanted to do charity work in the beginning for kids and to help kids. But that type of work don't move the internet. You know what I'm saying? What move the internet is when you come on there, the HBCU, the kids. Yeah.
I was just watching him the other day, like going off on this crazy rant about Nipsey and talking about Nipsey and his kids and his girl and all this shit. And I'm just watching it like I'm all about people saying edgy, controversial things that other people aren't willing to say. Someone who's a real truth teller who's going to just say some shit that nobody else feels comfortable saying. I love that. This is not that. This is just like dumb, theatrical, talking shit about somebody. It doesn't feel believable to me. It just feels like you're following this playbook of, oh, if I diss Nipsey, then people are going to pay attention to me. So I'm going to say Nipsey a bunch of times. But there was no meat to it. There's nothing that really made me feel like you meant it. It just felt corny.
It's just like when we had the back and forth, when I said some things that would happen if he did what he said he was gonna do. I came back and I made another video and kind of like recanted that and apologized to his mom or whatever for some of the things that I may have insinuated, because to involve someone else, family members, let alone kids, it's crazy, and to each his own. But to speak on what Vlad was just saying about the Nipsey and all of that, it's just some things I couldn't stomach to do or say, or whatever, especially since Nipsey gone and he did and all of that, Charleston. I think one day, I don't know how long it'll be, but I think maybe some years ahead, Charleston's gonna come back and laugh at everybody and tell everybody how he tricked everybody, you know what I'm saying? Because ain't no way he could feel like that about kids. Just ain't no way.
Yeah, and when people try to like kind of press him to explain himself in interviews, usually I'm kind of left just feeling like, nah, this is just stupid.
Yeah, for sure, man.
For sure. You got anything you want to hit before we tap Flacco in on this?
No, let's tap Flacco in. I'm not ready to see what Flacco got.
See, Flacco just gave me some game.
Flacco bullshit.
Yeah, I did.
Flacco bullshit.
You got to, man. 22 still.
What's up, G?
Well, I need these phones on.
To hear him good, probably, yeah.
Man, listen, man, just chilling, man, feel me?
So Flacco, just to state the obvious, you've made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of smearing our friend here's name. Let's
Hell
talk
nah.
about it.
Hell
Flacco,
nah.
Flacco.
Man, 100K, man, hell nah. Listen, man. Listen, man. I made a silver nickel. Feel me? But I'll be real, though. Listen, I don't think I slandered. Now, again, I will say this, though. I was wrong about the stuff that we can't talk to me about now. I was wrong, and for that, bro, I do apologize. For me, bro, it had nothing to do with the murder in Houston. You feel me? And for that, you feel me? And I was 100% wrong. You feel me? But at that time, bro, listen, man, things happen just way too fast, and folks got to speculating. You feel me? So for that, I was 100% wrong. You feel me? For even doing like a video trying to implicate this man in some shit that he had nothing to do with. For that, I was wrong. You feel me? Now, the Dolph shit, I'll be real, bro. I feel like Quet is one of the savviest criminals I think we've ever came across in hip-hop media ever, right? Fam, listen. How do you catch a man for murder? And if the plot was, hey, come to the crib, we talk about it, and don't speak about it again until the murder is done. Shit like that is almost impossible to catch, especially if the prosecutors are nimwits. But for anybody to sit here and say that Quet ain't had nothing to do with it, you're out of your mind.
I mean, that's just another one of your dumbass opinions, I guess, so to speak. And which you have a right to. You know, you wasn't there. You going off of what you see. And before you came on this, I guess what this would be considered a live or a Zoom or some shit.
Yeah.
Before you came on here, I think I made a statement to Remo and Adam. Flacco, I've been in the streets a long time.
Yeah.
And how old are you, Flacco? If you don't
Me,
mind
I'm
me
28 right now.
Oh, you're 28. Oh, okay. I'm 45. So when I first got in the streets, I don't even know if you was thought about yet, but with that being said, it ain't no way in hell I'm gonna go on a drill or conspire and plan a drill and agree to park the car across the street from my house. Like, some shit just don't make no sense, Flacco. Like, you gotta stop going with what look good for clickbait and what's attractive to sit down. I think you are intelligent enough and smart enough to be able to dissect certain things and make sense out of it. Like, you may not be a savage street guy or criminal or whatever it was you just characterized me as, but I think you got enough sense that where if you decide to go on a drill, you're not gonna park the homicide car across the street from your house.
Man, hell nah. Fam, look, bro. Like, that assumption will be us making the assumption that street niggas are smart. Street niggas are stupid, right? Again, you was not on the drill. Straight Drop and Cornelius was. Those the nincompoops. Those the idiots. They were the ones who parked the vehicle, right?
So after, I don't mean to cut you off. So after they park, you got to stop going with what look good for clickbait and what's attractive to sit down. I think you are intelligent enough and smart enough to be able to dissect certain things and make sense out of it. Like, you may not be a savage street guy or criminal or whatever it was you just characterized me as, but I think you got enough sense that where if you decide to go on a drill, you're not gonna park the homicide car across the street from your house.
Man, hell nah. Fam, look, bro. Like, that assumption will be us making the assumption that street niggas are smart. Street niggas are stupid, right? Again, you was not on the drill. Straight Drop and Cornelius was. Those the nincompoops. Those the idiots. They were the ones who parked the vehicle, right?
So after, I don't mean to cut you off. So after they parked the vehicle, and let's say I did plan, conspire or whatever, right?
Yeah, of course.
So when I realized that in your words, nincompoops parked the car over there,
yeah.
Do you know how many resources that I have if I wanted to, how fast I could have got that car moved?
How?
Man, I got at least 10 different partners with tow trucks that would have came and moved that motherfucker for me at the drop of a dime.
Oh,
I
wait,
Yeah.
pause. Again, this is where we go back to again. If you're saying, hey, how could you think that I'm dumb enough to park this car here? Then I'll ask you, how could you think that somebody is stupid enough to take a legal business and come help tow a murder vehicle away and jeopardize their legal business and everything they got going on and be an accessory to murder after the fact? And I'm saying is this, if there are people stupid enough to jeopardize their entire business doing that, then why wouldn't we think that you're dumb enough to say, damn, bro, like, I can't drive this motherfucker out of here because I'm not dumb enough to hop in a murder vehicle and drive it away. And if you're trying to get a legal business to tow it away, then they're idiots too, right? So hence, if you're saying there are people stupid enough to tow it away, then why can't I say there are criminals stupid enough who would shoot somebody in broad daylight? They'll be dumb enough to park a vehicle there. But here though, right? So the question for you, right?
No, I agree with you. It is
Yeah.
some individuals that are stupid enough to park the car across the street from, because we talking about them. But
Yeah.
you're not conversating with an individual that's stupid enough to allow that to happen, agree to that at all. No way, shape, form, or fashion. Like, I've been doing.
Here, question for you, bro.
Go ahead.
So you said that you and Dolph was on good terms before his death.
That's not what I said. What I said is that over the years, throughout the course of being in the streets and hustling, me and Dolph have did business together as it relates to marijuana in the streets. We were never best friends. We never woke up and called each other and seen how the other person was doing or any of that. If we ever had a conversation and met up, it was solely about marijuana, and we maybe stayed around each other 5 minutes at most.
No, sure. But before Dolph's death, was you and Dolph at least on a cordial, high and by basis if y'all would have seen each other?
Before his death, if I seen Dolph and we were in the same space, then yeah, we would speak. Yeah.
Cool. All right, cool.
We would have spoke because it was never a situation where I can't think of after the last time I met him on Night Honor, and that was years ago. Like, you know how long Dolph been getting money, and so he ain't been in the streets like that for a minute. So with that being said, after that, we were never in a space where, but it was never an issue or a situation where if we did see each other, that we wouldn't at least acknowledge each other.
Sure. And that right there will say y'all was on some type of, again, rather it's best friends or not, y'all was cool, right? Because again, if I see somebody who I don't like, we not speaking, right? We would have to be somewhat cool or on some type of friendly basis to where if I see you, we would dap up and shake hands and speak, right? So y'all was cool.
Yeah, we definitely. Again, your definition of cool and my definition of cool might be different.
Sure. Yeah.
So my cool, just because I know you and we may have had a few transactions in the past or whatever, I would say, we was, I guess cordial, so to speak, maybe, My definition of cool is, well, I guess to a certain extent you could say that, Flacco, in all fairness to you, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? If we seen each other, we had no reason at all not to speak.
All right, cool. So what's your relationship with CEO Teasy?
CEO Teasy is deceased.
No, sure. But like prior to him dying, was y'all some uncle and nephew shit? Was y'all day-to-day partners? What was your relationship with CEO Teasy?
Prior to him getting killed, I was out on bond. And so of course I wasn't communicating with no individual, nobody related to the case at that
wait,
point.
though.
At the
No, and wait though. Sure.
You saying before Dolph got killed?
No. Listen, sure, but again, being out on bond really has nothing to do with the question. What was your relationship, right? Was y'all really?
It has a lot to do with the question, because when I was out on bond, I couldn't associate with anybody of the sort if I wanted to. Conditions of the bond.
No, hey, listen. Sure thing.
But if I seen, to answer your question, if I seen Teezy somewhere while I was out on bond prior to his death, then yeah, me and Teezy could have had the same conversation that we've had previously. We just wasn't in communication because of everything that was going on. I didn't care to communicate with him. You know, it was a lot of things that were done, a lot of things that were said, a lot of things happened, and things change.
I think you're downplaying like your connection to Teezy for a reason. For example, Teezy often posted that you are his OG. Mm-hmm. You are one of the people that he trusts the most. Teezy even said,
"You know what year that was? He posted that. That was in 2000. That was in 2016 when I was going to turn myself in to federal prison."
Sure. Wait.
Again, things happen over time.
No. Wait though. Hey, wait though. Sure thing. But y'all was at least close enough to where, bro, Teezy is spam posting about you, talking about, man, listen, man, when Quack come home, I'm gonna toss him the keys for 2020 bands. You feel me? So he had that much respect, and y'all was that locked in to where I don't feel like, bro, coming home and not speaking for a few months, bro, is gonna like say, hey, like, bro, like we not as close. No, y'all were still very close, right? Like that was little bro.
How can that be my little bro when his name was on the witness list?
Huh?
Honda, you heard me. I said, how can that be my little bro if his name was on the witness list?
And he betrayed you, cool. But prior to you knowing he betrayed you,
how long you don't know how long
a strong friendship with.
You don't know how long I knew his name was. You don't know how long I knew that, or how long I knew that information. You don't know. It's several reasons. A lot of things that Teezy may or may have not done to make me put distance between us, or make me not reach out to him when I got out on bond. When I got out on bond, I wasn't jumping at the opportunity of hanging with no motherfucker that might put me in a situation to violate my bond. Go ahead.
Wait, here. No, I'm talking about before Young Dolph's death, for example.
I just asked you that. If you're talking about before Young Dolph's death, then that was my little bro. Yeah, for sure.
Facts, cool. Y'all was locked in, right?
Yeah, that was the little homie, yeah.
All right, cool. What was your connection to D Money and J Money?
I mean, we all grew up in Orange Mound together. They was, they were younger, a lot younger. I know their parents. Got respect for their parents. I don't know how it is in your community growing up, but the younger kids, they kind of look up to the older guys with the nice cars and the hustlers and things like that. So, and D Money and J Money were very close friends with my nephew, Jacquez, and that's where basically I think the closeness of the, I guess, relationship, so to speak, because they were best friends with my nephew, Jacquez.
Man, facts. And you and his mom was close, right?
Me and whose mom?
And D Money and J Money's mom.
Yes, Michelle. Yeah. That's like my play sister. Yeah, for sure.
Man, facts. Cool. And then how close was you and Straight Drop?
I mean, Straight Drop was the little homie.
Sure, and he was signed to you at some point, or like y'all was like in I guess like business, right?
Nah, he wasn't ever signed to me. We were just trying to put something together, trying to put a deal together, music deal or whatever. Where me and my brother would get a certain percentage for investing, in the talent or whatever.
In facts, right? Cool. And based on post and based on everything that we know, everybody around you absolutely detested Young Dolph. Teasy posted how much he hated Dolph. Straight Drop posted how much he hated Dolph. Camicia, right?
Can you show me? Can you show me the post from Drop and Teasy?
Wait though, right? Wait though.
I'm waiting.
Look, wait though, right? So look, right? Look, Camicia hated Dolph, right? And that was your play system.
I don't think Michelle hated Dolph. I think, and I can't.
She didn't hate Dolph?
I don't think she hated him, and I can't speak for her. What I think you're talking about is, see, you starting to piss me off because you're speaking on some things that you have no knowledge of because you're from wherever you're from and you don't know what's going on in the Orange Mound area. Her son, Jay Money, was on the front line for Dolph and did whatever he did for Dolph, protected him, whatever, etc.
Sure.
So when her son get killed and these same dudes, these rich millionaires get to pump faking and tucking their tails and hiding and not answering their phone when it's time to bury her son, then of course she gonna feel some way. Would you?
But it extends beyond that, though. Yes, I'll feel.
How do you know? How do you know what it extends beyond?
Sure, she said it. So again,
where
she
you
says,
from? Where you from? Where you from, Flacco?
Wait though.
No, we're gonna wait. But where are you from? Please answer that.
Born in Liberia, moved to North Dakota, moved to Philly, moved to North Dakota. So I'm back and forth, right? You feel me?
I don't believe none of that. I don't believe none of that. What you just said. I ain't no way you was born in Liberia. But go ahead, Flacco.
No. But the look. Listen though. She publicly posted that she believed that Young Dolph was in business with Big Unk. And she posted that she believed that Big Unk was responsible for D Money's death. Now, if you are a mother and you believe that Young Dolph is signing or doing business with a man who she believes is responsible for her son's death, whatever she's expressing her dislike, her distaste, or her hatred for Dolph, it extends past Dolph picking up his phone for no funeral. No, she believed that this man betrayed her son Jay Money because Jay Money was protecting Dolph. She believed that that Dolph owed that family something, and Dolph did wrong. So now I'm saying
whether she believed it or not, I can't. You know what I'm saying? What you saying? I can't sit up here and tell you that what you saying is not accurate, Flacco. What I can tell you is that Michelle is a working lady, and no matter how she feels or disgruntled about whatever, she's not finna take the initiative to get in street business and try to have multi-millionaires killed. No,
exactly.
but she, what I'm saying is, even though she's a working lady and I'm the gangster, she still would have to suggest that or advise me, and she's not that type. She can be upset. She can be upset about somebody shorthanding her son, or she could be upset about Dolph signing someone that may or may not have did something to D Money or whatever. But you can't, for you to sit up here and to try to create a theory like this lady advised me or asked me or anybody else for that matter to do something to Dolph, then that ain't cool. That's another one of your.
Here's what we know, though, Quet. Okay, so look, here's what we know so far. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, common sense will tell us that if your play sister, somebody who you going over to have dinners and lunch with, if that play sister hates a man so much because that man is in business or signing the man who killed her son.
She didn't hate Dolph. She disliked what he disliked what he did. Dolph. She disliked what he did.
Wait. Again, your play sister hated that man. I don't believe you see that man and shaking his hand. So I do believe this, me and Dolph was cordial and cool. That's a lie. Straight drop. Your artist hated Dolph. So I'm saying
what was Dolph's reason for what was Drop reason for hating Dolph?
Again, all I can say is it sounds like dropped his Trula Mafia, and Trula Mafia turned on Dolph after the D Money and J Money shit. That, again, that's my theory. But again, no, that don't matter though. The theory is everybody around you hated Dolph. Everybody around you had a reason why they wanted to go after Dolph. It doesn't make sense for you to now say, all my partners hated Dolph, but I'm the nigga who was cool with Dolph and I would shake Dolph hand in. How could y'all think that I would do this? No, your play sister wanted him gone. Straight Drop wanted him gone.
See, that's what we're not finna do. You sitting up here saying that Michelle wanted Dolph dead. You not finna do that, and I ain't finna sit here on this interview with you and listen to you say that
she was
you don't
celebrating when like he died.
You don't know her personally. You know what I'm saying?
She was celebrating when he passed away. Do you want to see it?
Show it to me. Let me see it. Yeah, I do. Show me the celebration.
Here, watch real quick.
Okay.
I'm about to.
You already said I'm getting overtime anyway, so we cool. Take your time.
No, right here. You feel me? Look, I'm about to go to my Young Dolph documentary. You feel me? Again, it's one of the best documentaries to ever get dropped. You feel me? Check it out. You feel me?
Yeah. I know it is. All the damn clickbait in it.
Nah, man.
This really was like the story that he kind of like made his name on YouTube.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
He's kind of gone on to cover a wide variety of things, but this was like his first time getting 1 million views. And shit.
That's why he's so invested in it. So passionate about it.
Yep.
Wait, pause. Come on now, bro. Like, I'm not that invested. You feel me?
Shit, you so invested. You so invested. You know what other people thinking in their mind. That's how invested you are. You making up words and statements and shit for people, and you in their mind. Would you a psychologist?
And look, she was very upset at Dolph, man. Okay,
I just want you to show me the celebration.
I gotta go to like my documentary. Feel me?
Okay.
I was not expecting him to like him to deny like not seeing her post about Dolph. 1 second. Okay, cool.
And I ain't saying it didn't happen. I just want you to show me. I ain't never seen it. I said I'm not saying that it didn't happen. It just would surprise me. She don't strike me as to be the kind of person that will go and celebrate Young Dolph's death. Look. So Pound says, "Long live J Money. He would have had these streets crying about Dolph." And she responded back with the skull emoji with the dead, right? Mm-hmm. And it says, he so didn't make them cry about him, shrug emoji. That shows somebody who clearly at that point, man, don't give a fuck about Dolph. And not next. Look.
No, you said she was celebrating, bitch.
Look. And then Pound says, "Damn, Shell." Because he's even taken aback by her shrug and from like, it's like, hey, he's dead, so what? I don't give a
No, you just said she was celebrating.
Yup. The Uncle Danny nigga who he just signed, right? So again, and she's telling Pound, Dolph just signed a nigga who killed D Money. So I'm saying, bro, your play sister.
What I'm saying is they haven't showed me the post where she celebrated Dolph's death.
Niggas is right there, bro. Again.
Was that a celebration? Did y'all just hear a celebration?
Shrug. Bro, that's it right there.
Did y'all just hear a celebration? Did you? Be honest, Remo. I know that's your coworker. Be honest, Remo. Keep it G.
Yeah, listen, bro.
Thank you. Remo just said he hasn't seen a celebration. I said it. You the only person on here that has you just took that as a celebration.
Post, is this Facebook or Twitter? What was she posting on this on?
It's Facebook. If somebody say, "Yo, long live Dolph," and she responded back with shrugging emojis, like,
what she responded back saying was, what you just read verbatim was that somebody said that J Money would have had the streets like bleeding about Dolph if he was here, right? She responded and said that,
and he said, "Long live Dolph."
She responded and said that Dolph didn't do the same thing for J Money.
No, she had a skull emoji.
I don't give a what kind of emoji. What part of that is her celebrating Young Dolph's death?
The skull emoji and the shrug emoji.
That's not a celebration. You know they got celebration emojis on social media, right?
Confetti.
If she wanted to celebrate.
Listen, pause, bro. I'll be real, bro. The shrug emoji sound, listen.
That's more like
Bro, you reaching and you won't even admit it. God damn, bro, you forcing. See, that's the problem. Adam did this shit on purpose. Platform this bitch ass nigga. Look at this shit.
Ambivalent.
That's more like she don't give a. She don't care. You said celebrating. You said celebrating. That's what you said.
If someone says long live Dolph and you say, bro, you don't like this man.
That's not a celebration, bro. Fucking idiot.
Fine, cool, past that, bro. Why do everybody around you hate Young Dolph but you?
The better question is, what reason would I have to hate Young Dolph? I'm a grown ass man. I don't be involved in little kids beef, and I damn sure ain't no motherfucking rapper.
Because your play sister, who you
I don't give a fuck about what nobody else. We talking about me. We ain't talking about no play sister. We ain't talking about no drop. We ain't talking about nobody else but me. I'm a grown ass man, and can't nobody put no battery in my back and make me feel how they want me to feel. By you being a regular square, a motherfucking Mike can put a battery in your back and drive you and make you feel how you want to, how they want you to feel, but not me. I'm 45 years of age. I make my own motherfucking decisions, and can't nobody tell me how to feel about nobody else.
You chose to kill Dolph.
You said what now?
And you chose to kill Dolph. We understand, but I'm saying, listen. Don't do these interviews saying I had no reason to do it when I just showed you your play sister didn't fuck with him. Everybody around.
You know what? You had to go to school. You had to go to school for psychology because you just intentionally trying to say things to trigger me. And you want to put this shit on your channel so your channel can go viral. I ain't finna be a part of it. And
man, just don't lie and say, yo, me and Dolph was cool before his death.
What you mean, like?
You know,
I know Daddy-O. I know the leader of Paper Route. You can go ask Daddy-O. Get him on the interview. I'm sure you got access to it. He'll tell you. I ain't got to tell you. You a clown from Liberia, like you said, that don't know shit that's going on in Orange Mound. Get somebody from the other side. Ask them. Go ask Daddy-O, the leader of Paper Route, is what I'm saying is true. And we can put an end to this, Flacco. I ain't got to keep going back and forth with you. And then you just have surgery?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be arguing with me, going back and forth with me over some shit that you have no fucking knowledge of. You going off of you are internet and you going off of the internet. You don't know nothing. No, it ain't no facts. You ain't in nobody else's mind. You ain't in nobody else's head. You ain't in nobody else's head. You got somebody else. You got something else you want to talk about because this is becoming redundant.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, facts. So again, just to wrap up my theory here.
Okay.
It's impossible for you to say y'all can't figure out why I would want to do something to Dolph and we were cool when we just named everybody around you, including your play sister, who hated that man to the point, right? Who hated that man because she believed that he signed her son's killer. Where you was over her crib daily eating that good gobble.
Man, okay, how do you know? How do you know I was over there daily or once or twice to get a plate? How do you know that? Tell me that. How do you know? Because I made a post one day saying that I was coming to get a plate. How do you know? How does that equate to daily?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
How does that equate to daily? Daily. How does that equate to going over there daily versus once or twice to get a plate? Because technically speaking, I've only been over. Now let me finish. Technically speaking, I've only been over Shell's house about 3 or 4 times out of my whole fucking life. That ain't daily. That goes back to the point that you don't know shit about what goes on in Orange Mound. You only going off of what you see on the internet. You are internet nigga, and this internet shit done got you in several situations when niggas done came up here, niggas came up to No Jumper. Man, we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that, Flacco.
Man,
now you like listen.
I
ain't saying you ain't no gangster. I ain't saying I know you. I know you the toughest. I know you the toughest worker in No Jumper. I know that.
You duck my smoke.
Yeah, I'm ducking your smoke. I don't want no problem with you, Flacco. I got you. I don't want no problem with you. Hey, but you done lost a little weight though. You might be in my weight class right now though.
Oh, it's just the beginning.
Man, it's just the beginning. Oh yeah, see, I want him when he always healed up when he down to my side. I tear his ass up then. Go ahead.
Listen, bro. I'll be real, bro. Bro, you knew to show up at No Jumper when I was gone.
Oh, my God. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, okay. So I got the schedule. I got the schedule.
Huh?
I know when you was going to get the lap band.
I'll be real.
How the hell do I know that?
I'll be real, bro. When you was in LA, I called Seti. I said, bro, where he at?
Boy, Seti was ducking me. How the fuck you gonna call Seti? So how you gonna call somebody that's hiding from me?
Stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. Seti was stop it, bro. Listen, stop it, bro. That was a play though. That was a play. Listen, that was
I don't know what you talking about no
That
play,
was
because
a
I don't
play,
play.
nigga.
I don't play argue with niggas on the internet.
that was a play.
Well, see that go that's another one of your theories. But
How's it?
but listen, hey, but check this out though. Listen, slow down. You said I came to No Jumper today because you wasn't here, right?
Ducking the smoke, Quack.
Okay, ducking the smoke. All right. Well, this what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to make it my best to create some more content to get Adam and Remo to want me back.
Ooh.
And you make sure you have your big fat ass here when I come.
Need that though, Quay. From you too small, man.
Yeah. See, for sure. Yeah, you probably gonna be some Canelo versus Bud shit when I get back, because you seem like you losing rapidly. So and I'm happy for you though, for real shit. But yeah, I'll be back though. Hopefully I'll be back. And then if you want to get that issue, hey, look, it's so much. It's a pool table out there. It's so much fucking room. Ain't number space in there out there.
Man,
and if I hold on. If I let your big slow ass beat me in a fight, then I will not be allowed to get back on a plane and go back to Orange Mound. A nigga like you couldn't beat me doing nothing but eating Twinkies.
I'll be real though, Quay. I would smack the fire out you, my nigga. That's a fact.
Okay.
Hey, listen.
Well, why you ain't smack the shit out of that nigga that spit on you?
That's Adam, nigga.
Why you ain't smack that nigga that spit on you?
Black Adam is scheduled.
Why you ain't smack that nigga that spit on you though?
Back in the schedule.
Why? Hey, let a nigga spit on me. I bet they have CNN up at this motherfucker.
Who spit on me?
Let a nigga spit on me. I bet they have CNN up here.
Nigga spit on me and not die, my nigga. That's not, listen, that's cat. Can no nigga
Did somebody sit? Hey, Remo, am I retarded? Or did somebody sit across from him and spit?
Ain't no spit.
He said it didn't touch him, but
did somebody spit though?
Yeah.
No matter where, hey Flacco, where I'm from, no matter if it touched you, if a nigga even
Wait.
Liberia. I'm from Liberia. I moved to North Dakota and then I'm back. Yeah. But
I ain't gonna lie to quit. PRE is spanking you boys, bro.
Who is you boys? I'm not CMG. I'm not CMG.
Man,
I'm not CMG.
Huh?
Look at you over there. You trying to think of some shit to say to trigger me,
Nah,
ain't
Teasy, your homie.
Man, I don't care nothing about that goof ass shit you talking about, man.
Hold on, no, Quack.
Hey, man, doctor's advice you do not supposed to be doing. You do not supposed to be doing that shit you just had surgery this morning.
TZ called you Unc every day on Facebook. TZ died. Why you ain't slide just for TZ, man?
Hey, we're gonna get you in a Tubi movie, boy, the way you sitting over there acting. Cause before the cameras and shit came on, you wasn't like this, Flacco.
That gangster shit.
Flacco, you was just so you was so nice and humble. You was so nice and humble.
Huh?
You was so nice and humble before the cameras came on.
You was a buster, Quinn. I'll be real.
Hey,
listen.
No, hey, look. Why did you let Adam schedule this? Ain't no way in hell if I was working for Adam, I would have let Adam schedule me when I wasn't at work. Man, Adam would have had to fire me. Adam would have had to fire me.
And you doing interviews,
because I ain't scared.
Why your homies?
Why I ain't hiding?
You ain't scared.
Why I ain't hiding though?
See you in the car with tinted windows and the Foley on, nigga, hiding. God, oh, nah.
Hey, you must. Hey. Now you just said you a gangster, right?
Man, hold on.
No. Did you just say you was a gangster?
Bro, man, listen.
Answer the question, Flacco. Did you just say you was a gangster?
Man.
What are the Scullies for? What are the Scullies for? What are the Scullies for?
Huh?
What are the Scullies for? What are they used for?
Again, Quack.
Answer the question. What are they used for?
To hide, Bob.
And what else?
To hide.
And what else?
To hide.
You's a goofy if you don't know the answer to that question. If you can't logically or legitimately answer that question, you either a goofy or you don't want to say that other reason because you know it's more than one reason why that's being worn.
You not doing that.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you know?
Huh?
How do you know?
Cause you podcasting
How
every
do you
week,
know?
nigga. You not sliding, nigga. But
You definitely right. I for sure ain't sliding. I ain't doing no slide, Flocko. I ain't doing none of this shit. I'm podcasting. I ain't on nothing.
Hey, listen.
Listen. I ain't in tour with nobody. I ain't trying to slide. I ain't slid. I ain't seen a gun since Martin Luther King got shot.
Yeah.
Or none of that. I don't want no trouble. I'm the softest nigga around, bro.
I got a $5,000 bet for you, Quet. A $5,000 bet.
Okay, what's the bet?
If you go live in Memphis for 30 minutes, I'll give you 30,000. Listen, go live in Memphis.
Okay, listen. Okay, this is what we gonna do. This you my best friend.
Come on.
Okay, listen. I want you to you believe in Christ, God, right?
No.
You don't believe in God?
No, God, yeah. Yes.
Okay, all right. So I want you to swear to God that you're
swear to God.
gonna send your $5,000 to Adam, and I'm gonna send my $5,000 to Adam, and I'm gonna go immediately. As soon as I get back to Memphis, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna go live for 30 minutes, hanging out the sunroof.
Ooh.
Hey, no.
I will be the escrow.
Standing on the block.
Trying to hide. He already trying to hide. Now out the sunroof. Nah, bro.
Where you want him at, Flacco?
Go outside at Makita's Cookies. Go outside at Makita's Cookies for 30 minutes.
You see how that sound? Even you say,
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, that's the shit a goofy will say. That's the shit a goofy will say. See, only a goofy, lame would say, go stand at Makita's Cookies. Man, hey, the only reason.
Bro, he said out the sunroof. He's trying to hide in the vehicle and drive off with him.
Okay, well, I tell you, okay. All right, now listen. Now you just trying to backpedal on the bet. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to rearrange this shit just for you. All right, so when I get back, you're going to send your 5,000 to Adam. I'm going to send Adam 5. I'm going to go on my block for 30 minutes.
Sure, okay.
And go live.
Yes.
We got a bet.
Yes, outside for 30 minutes, yes.
Outside for 30 minutes.
Yes.
We got a bet. All right, say no more.
Man, hey, listen, man. What? Bro, I fuck with you, man.
That's the easiest fight. That's the easiest. I just did it the other day, you damn idiot. Go on my YouTube channel.
Bro.
Go on matter of fact, it was 40 minutes. 40 minutes.
Quet, listen, bro, Quet.
Hey, listen, we ain't got to do the back and forth and all that. We got a bet. Matter of fact, I got a video on my channel right now for 40 minutes. I really already won, but I'm going to go do this shit again just to show your goofy ass. Just to show your goofy ass. All right, I got you.
All right, man. Peace out, folks. Peace out, Adam.
All right, peace out.
Jeez.
Wait, how do I leave this bitch?
Man.
That was more conversational than I expected it to be. I thought he was going to be chilling, especially with the way it started.
Yeah. I knew it was going. We had to heat up. It needed to go viral, baby.
Yeah.
I need
I did that, man.
Yeah,
Shit.
for sure. Hell yeah, that was a good one.
I mean,
He challenged you. He said, well, you already got the live, but you said you finna do it again.
Man, you think I ain't gonna get that 5? Once Adam tell me that he has received 5,000 from Flacco,
oh yeah,
I'm sending mine immediately.
I'm on his ass. Flacco, we need that deposit.
I'm on him too about it. I want to see this.
I'm gonna
Man,
invest that. I'm gonna earn interest
Come
on
on,
it.
you know Flacco
in the
ain't
meantime.
Flacco ain't gonna do nothing of the sort, man.
Yo, that's crazy, bro.
I can't wait. Yeah, it's a good interview though, Adam. I like it.
Nah, that's fun. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey.
for sure. I like it.
Appreciate you coming up. What okay, where do you feel like your story
on nothing negative, you know what I'm saying? But it definitely wasn't Zebo, you know. I'll say this, it was a positive person. And he got a lot of stuff going on, so I don't even want to like associate his name with no type of hip hop beef or deaths and all of that or whatever, but it definitely wasn't Zebo. Like what's the janitor dude y'all be having, Stan G up here?
Yeah, are you gonna box him?
Yeah. I know me, I was texting you, asking you to put it together.
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of not gonna take on the boxing promoter challenge.
Yeah.
I should, honestly.
Yeah, you should, because I remember I was telling you how profitable it could be, you know what I'm saying, me kicking Stan G ass. I mean, like, I mean, we could just, you know, if he gets some money from somewhere, some sponsors, we can really just do it out in here in No Jumper.
Should we not believe the words that come out of Stan G's mouth? Do you think he's a cap artist?
Man, anytime, this the same dude that go on there and say that he the biggest, but I got messages of you and my manager's DM right now begging to work. But you the biggest. This the same dude that said that I was in federal prison with Stupid Duke when I was just on bond. This the same dude that just come to the internet and just say so much BS that it just don't even make sense. Like, it's the same dude that was on Maury. Like, I can't believe I'm at a point in my life where I'm actually even discussing a nigga that was on Maury. Like, and he just, you know, like, as far as knowing him from the city, never heard of him, never seen him in the trenches, never did nothing. He ain't, you know. I mean, so with that being said, believing something, I mean, he do it to himself. I mean, he done put out several things about me that was just blatantly false. You know, like, you sit up and say I'm in federal prison and I call you 2 minutes later. And then I ask you why. Why would you say that? And he said, because the streets told him. Who the hell is the streets? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
Stan G's in his own streets, man.
Yeah, he's in his own, definitely. I heard it. I heard he ain't in the Las Vegas streets no more. I heard he living in Georgia and like some little, like some little projects or something.
Oh, I wonder.
With a young lady.
That's a good thing about Clubhouse, is that you can do it anywhere.
Yeah, you can't see the background. Did you see that? Did you happen to see that background on that video when he OD'd?
I did see. I don't know if he's ODing, but I seen a clip of him fucked up on drugs, wilding out.
So if that wasn't ODing, what would you call that, Adam?
Being on a Seek one.
Oh, okay.
But that's what the Mexicans might call it out here. A Seek one.
Yeah. But that background though, could you live in something like that?
I don't know. I mean, when you're smoked out, you just might end up in some smoked out places.
Stay anywhere.
You can't be picky.
What they say, smoked out, loked out. Yeah, that's that old 3-6, I think. Yeah, it's crazy.
For sure. All right, thank you so much for your time, man.
Man, most definitely, man. I appreciate y'all for having me, man. For sure.
Great conversation. I know you and Flacco are going to have a interesting link up one of these days.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Like, I hope y'all bring me back and make sure he ain't on vacation.
Ooh, I like that idea. All right.
Sure.
Appreciate you, man.
For sure, most definitely.
Hernandez, much love. Thank you for your time. Remo,
Come on.
appreciate you, man. Donnie on the boards.
You did.
No Jumper, coolest podcast. Click the like button, hit subscribe. We out.
What's the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal, people? We coming at you live and direct. We got a special one for y'all today, man. Lush pulled up. He said he need all the smoke. He taking any competitors, and of course Brandon, aka Uncle Ruckus, fan favorite, going for Rookie of the Year. He said he's taking all smoke. So we got an array of topics. They're gonna go at it, match intellect, because Brandon, you just came off a debate, clean sweep, by the way, which was actually supposed to be a one-on-one, and it turned into a chat GPT and a less intelligent white supremacist versus you. Let's see what you and Lush can pull through.
So okay,
We got
What
a
did you
real
think
white
about that debate,
supremacist
though?
in the building.
yeah. Obviously, Bucci Bear smoked Boots in that debate. Like it's undebatable. Bucci came out swinging. But then again, you're dealing with somebody who's intellectually inferior to you. And Adam 22 wasn't really helping his case.
So I faced the white supremacy soldier. Now this is the white supremacy master.
Oh, I ain't got nothing to do with I'm not a white supremacist.
But you came to run the back fade, right?
Yeah, he running the back fade for the white supremacists, by the way.
Nah, hell nah. Our fade was already set up. This is the back fade that I'm running for the entirety of No Jumper.
Oh, okay.
Because yeah. I'm doing this for No Jumper. Because you came over here, right? And I thought, hey, this is a great, talented new podcaster. He's showing a lot of promise. I'm gonna let him cook. You feel me? I didn't realize that he had an agenda of destroying systematically each member of the No Jumper cast until he could go back home to Long Beach to you guys and be like, yeah, I just ran a one-man train on the entire fucking squad and displayed my intellectual superiority. I was like, damn, I didn't even realize we was catching a fade.
Shout out to Long Beach. Hey, look, but before we get into the topics, we're going to give y'all, let's say, like 2 minutes to go back and forth. Y'all can't be going on for 10, 15 minutes trying to get your point across. Let's ping pong it back and forth. First person to throw an insult in a debate typically loses, but man, f all that. We just gonna go by the street.
Yeah.
Do whatever you do.
Hey, so you can roast, I can roast as good. You feel me?
But before we start, let me introduce bro. We got my boy Messiah over here. Go ahead and let the people know who you is, man.
Man, LBC Messiah the Great, man. Y'all know what time it is. And it's going to be a good one for y'all, man. Because let's say he got the intellectual side. We know where Brandon coming from. He's shooting from the hip. So we going to see what's up today.
I mean, Brendan against his own people. Tariq Nasheed hate this fool. You feel me? He reps FBA and like literally the poster child, the star, the cornerstone of FBA movement. You had a lawsuit against bro. You feel me? You had a whole issue with him. So you feel me?
You said I rep FBA?
You don't rep FBA?
I don't rep that.
You're not a foundational Black
That's
American.
ignorant. That's a cult. That ain't no damn identity. That ain't no lineage.
But you was rocking with that for a long time.
I was never rocking with that.
But then why was you an orbiter of Tariq Nasheed for so
Because
long?
FBA is a divisive movement among Black Americans to separate ourselves from Black continentals, African continentals, and Caribbean people.
Pan-Africans.
But all this would be Pan-African, but it's basically like you know how you have like Asians, there's Japanese, Cambodian, Vietnamese. Okay. But when they all come to America, they're all categorized as Asian.
Well, a lot of them are categorized as Pacific Islanders as well. So
Asian / Pacific Islanders.
So you're already
but they're
down 1 point,
No, I'm
brother.
not down. No, because it's Asian Pacific Islander. But if you really knew the culture like you think you do, a Pacific Islander is like a Samoan,
Correct.
a Tongan. They don't consider themselves to be Asian.
Correct.
They all exist within the Pacific Ocean, but they are different, even genetically.
That's why I
speaking,
corrected you
they're
when you
different.
said that all of them are categorized
But
as
Asians,
Asian.
no, but
when-
Asians,
continental Asians, and then there's a
Cambodians,
difference.
Vietnamese, Chinese, they really have no genetic difference.
Whoa, hold on. You said Japanese, Cambodians, and Chinese have no genetic differences?
Not really, no.
You're 1,000% wrong. So first of all, Cambodia they have way more similar genetically with Vietnamese.
Okay.
Who are significantly darker in appearance, have
That would be phenotypically, not genetically.
Can you explain the difference between those two things?
Phenotype is the look, the appearance. Genetic,
Which are
is
determined
the
by genetics.
DNA.
But your genetics determine your phenotype.
Phenotype is not necessarily their genetics do play a role in phenotype, but a lot of phenotype can be determined by just your geography.
Exactly, and you would have been a lot more on point if you would have said Koreans, Chinese, and Japanese.
Listen.
But no, what do you mean? You're like literally mislabeling an entire race.
I'm using them.
They're completely different.
There's only
Matter
one
of
race.
fact,
There's only one race, the human race.
Okay.
Well, you're gonna stop with your ethnicities.
Ethnicities,
Right.
but yeah, like Kendrick said, ethnicity. But however, if you know anything about Japanese people, they're probably amongst the most racist people in the world.
Okay, that's true.
Okay, and they believe
They're ethnocentric. They're not racist.
Correct. Thank you for correct.
Okay,
No, that's a better term. They're the most ethnocentric and believe in the superiority of their own people more than any others. They have a hierarchy, and Cambodians are very, very low on similar to the way Europeans had the caste system back in the day. The Japanese have a similar outlook amongst different Asian ethnicities. Cambodians are not even remotely similar.
Why wouldn't, if you go
Let me ask y'all a question real quick. Do you believe that thinking that you and your race is superior is racist? Because the first word you used was racist, so your ideology to that way of thinking had to be, okay, that makes you racist.
I think that it's difficult for any race to be quote unquote racist other than the one that's systematically oppressing the rest of the races of the world. So by definition, racism is pretty much only applies to white people in my opinion. However, prejudice has no color.
Okay, let me get back to my point I was making. So basically, the FBA stuff is calling for the separation of African Americans within the United States, meaning the Black Americans or the descendants of slaves, ADOS, should be separate, their own category, separate from Black Caribbeans, Black Continental Africans, or American, those people who have come over to America. Pan-Africans, we don't believe in that. We believe all Black people should stick together and work together for our collective empowerment.
Okay, so
if you really fuck with Black people, you can understand why someone like me can't rock with that division, because it's always divide and conquer.
That totally makes sense.
Tariq is working for the white man, and he's an agent, and he is attempting to use divide and conquer tactics to weaken the Black community within the United States.
Wouldn't Tariq argue that he's actually pushing for the advancement of the Black people in the United States, and you are an agent of chaos that has been unleashed upon the FBA movement to try to make them, like, he kind of had the same argument about you?
Tariq has been grifting Black people for decades, 20 years or more. He stands to profit off the division. We know that because Tariq entered into the ADOS movement, American Descendant of Slaves. He co-opted that movement. He fractured that movement under this guise that he was going to be able to help African Americans or descendants of slaves get reparations. Once he splintered that group, profited off that group, right? Then he changed it to, I'm not the leader. So you're giving the name FBA, which he stole from Dr. Claude Anderson. You're giving the name FBA. You copyright the name FBA. You give the guidelines for what is or is not an FBA. And then when people ask you, well, where's all the stuff you said you were going to deliver to us? You say, well, I'm not the leader.
What were the promises that he said he was?
That he would help them get reparations. He literally said, I'm going to show you how to get reparations.
Do you believe in reparations?
No.
Why is that?
I don't believe reparations ever going to happen. Do I think Black people deserve to be compensated for the work that was done for the free labor from slavery? Yeah, you should get some type of reparative justice for that. Do I believe Black people forfeited that when they agreed to the Civil Rights Agreement? I also believe that. So you can't tell somebody, we want money from you or reparations from you, then go in and say, well, we want to have this situation where we're all equal and no one's better than anyone and have like a brotherly bond. And then later on, when that doesn't work, come back and say, oh yeah, but what about that money you owe us or that we wanted before? It's just literally buyer's remorse. It's retroactive justice.
That's a crazy way to look at it. Buyer's remorse.
We want it to be with white folks.
More like stealer's remorse.
So let me ask y'all one thing. So with this Tariq Nasheed, they say he just founded the Black Museum. Do y'all feel like that was beneficial for us? Would he still be considered, what'd you say, not an agent of chaos, but somebody that's against the culture? Or is that somebody pushing for the culture?
It's not a museum.
So what is it?
It's just a comedy lounge at this point because that's all I ever see happening there. It's closed every single day, all day long. They have hours of operation listed. They're never open during those hours. On top of that, I think it's 11 to 4, Monday through Friday. If we go over there right now, it's closed.
What's your thoughts on reparations?
I think there should definitely be reparations. I don't know what the process of actually achieving it looks like or how that affects the actual economy and things like that, but there definitely needs to be amendments made for the wrongs that were done. 1,000%.
But these people don't want they don't want reparations in the sense of repairing the damage caused by slavery. These people want money. So whenever you try to get them to, whenever you ask them about like actual things that could be done to help repair the harm done, they're like, oh, we don't care about that. Just cut the check. They got a literal slogan that says cut the check. And if you try to discuss reparations outside of that with them, they don't even want to entertain the conversation. On top of that, they don't even have a number. For example, if you say I owe you money, right? Mm-hmm. The number one thing you need to do is determine how much money I owe you.
And it's pretty difficult to quantify when you're talking about transatlantic slave trade, right?
Exactly. So what was done during slavery was generational harm.
Right.
So you need generational repair. Correct. How is me giving you a check of an undisclosed amount that you haven't even calculated gonna help black people going forward? When you're saying, if I tell you, why don't we put this into like black education? Why don't we create scholarships or economic infrastructure? You say, no, I don't want to do none of that. I just want to check.
Again, I don't have a problem with the methodology of how it's dispersed or anything, but I definitely think it needs to exist.
But what's the amount? They want $17 trillion.
Well, I'm not mad at that either. But what I want y'all to see,
the U.S. economy.
What I want y'all to see is this though.
That's a good number.
This is the reason why I feel like he had an agenda with coming over to No Jumper, because this was a big dude in the FBA movement. He's over there pushing the line in all the conversations, showing up to rallies, super involved in Tariq Nasheed's dealings to the point where you admittedly showed up to his spot because you were concerned that it was being vandalized, right?
No.
But that's what you said.
That's not why
I have you on a live saying that right now.
I showed up to the spot because people from outside of California asked me to go by because Tariq was collecting donations saying that he was up against white supremacists who were vandalizing his property.
Right.
So black people coming together, right? And this is why a lot of black people don't like to donate to shit now, because a lot of times it ends up not being what people claimed it was. So they asked me to go check as someone who's in this area. I went to check. Everything. I talked to the person who was a tenant there.
The white lady.
She was Mexican. And when I talked to her and posted it, people said, wait a minute, Tariq was supposed to be opening up a museum. How is this lady saying that he just extended her lease until the following year? And that caused him to get blowback. And he got mad and he sued me and tried to file a restraining order against me. I never sued Tariq.
No, I understand.
Tariq took legal action against me.
I think both of y'all made a great point because y'all blew past the reparations. I still was processing what both of y'all was saying. I think both of y'all have a point. I think money definitely has to be involved because money was directly stolen and taken from the black community. That's just a fact. They actually have numbers on how much was stolen. I'm not going to say strictly from the Atlantic trade slave and all of that, but I mean like through taxes alone, they estimated about 15 trillion just from tax money stolen, not to mention that the money that they invested in certain banks and then the banks go belly up and all of a sudden we out of money. So to sit here and be mad at the black culture for wanting money that is rightfully owed to them that was stolen would be idiotic to say you guys are crazy to want. But also, hold on. In his point too, the infrastructure also does have to be rebuilt as well, because that is another systemic obstacle that's invisible to most of the world if you don't have to face it. But it is something that's real. So I think both parts have to come into effect when we're talking about reparations. Well, not just money, because most niggas is just gonna blow the money. But some people will say, so what? You got the money. That's your reparation. That's your get back. If you blow it, that's on you. But I'm with you too. Like there does need to be some type of infrastructure built
And
we
we
could
could
prosper.
I just think most people look at it in a sense it's like, well, since we ain't getting nothing, you need to start somewhere. So start here with the money. Like you said, now to keep that going for future generations, what you said has to be put into place. I just think most people are just like, well, y'all need to start here before y'all do anything else. All that trying to rebuild for years down the line. Start with the money, then we can worry about rebuilding and doing everything else.
No, 100%. Like if I owe you money, Brandon, right? Let's say I owe you 20 bands, right? And I've been ducking you for a long ass time, and then I'm like, I keep hitting you like, yo, Brandon, I'm gonna pay you soon. You ain't gonna take anything I say seriously. You're gonna want to beat my ass, right? But then one day, I shoot you 2 bands, you feel me? And I'm like, hey, I'm gonna work on figuring out the rest, but just so you know I'm serious, boom.
Right.
You're probably gonna be a little bit more receptive to whatever solution I have to offer, correct?
But here's the thing, that's not an accurate, description of what's going on. For one, if you had kept your economy separate, that's why you heard me say desegregation is the worst thing that happened to black people, because once you desegregated, you eliminated a lot of your claim to that stuff. And the reason I say that is because if you still had your separate black economy and your separate white economy, it would be much easier to say you owe me this, pay me this amount over this amount of time. But once you integrate it, which black people did willingly, wanted to do it, went and fought and marched, and this is what we want, right?
Right.
White people finally said, all right, y'all out there going crazy. What do y'all want? Wait a minute.
But how does this have to do with reparations, though?
I'm explaining it to you.
Because that is complete.
I'm explaining it to you. When Johnson, Lyndon B. Johnson, as black folks, okay, y'all out here marching, fighting, all that. Y'all getting bit by dogs, water hoses. America is on your side. What do you want? Did black people say, we want reparations, we want money, we want repair for slavery? No, black people said, we want equality.
Well, right.
So what we did was...
Again, it's a step towards the inevitable goal.
No, what you did was you forfeited the reparations to get equality so you could be looked at as equal to a white person in the United States. Here's the thing, when you say that's a good start, it's not even a start because black people have yet to determine a number, and you can't say $17 trillion because, one, if they gave you that at once, that would bankrupt the country. Hyperinflation would make us all broke. Our money would be worthless. 2, you got a bunch of Americans paying taxes who never owned a single slave. They didn't even come to America till 20, 30 years ago.
Right.
How are you going to convince them to allow their taxes to be raised so that they could pay a bunch of black people reparations?
So
no one's going for that crap.
But obviously America sets the pace for the global economy, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so obviously black people in other regions, in other parts of the world are still affected by what happens here, correct?
Okay.
So,
but no, I think you're missing my point. America is way too diverse, and there's way too many different types and groups of people, way too much mixing, blacks and whites having babies, Mexicans and blacks having babies. All this, we're all mixed up. If you give black people reparations, that means the United States government has to levy a tax, raise taxes to finance that, especially $17 trillion.
correct.
So we're in democracy, whether black people like this or not. You're a part of a republic that is ruled by representation. It's a republic with a democratic system of election.
This is a long-winded way of saying you don't believe that black people deserve more money.
This is a long, no, this
very much so.
No,
I'm wrong.
Hold on, let me say what I'm saying. It's not a long-winded way. You're trying to run past my point because you don't have an argument for it. You have many different races here now. How are you going to levy a tax against them for what whites owe blacks, especially when black people willingly integrated into this situation?
It's not about other people being deprioritized. It's about making right what happened, what white people and the United States did to black people.
But they don't want to pay for that.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does. Because
you're saying they don't even deserve it.
Because this, no, I never said, at the beginning you asked me, did I say, do they deserve it? I say, yes, it's not feasible because those people, whether they agree with blacks or not, They never owned slaves. That is why reparations unanimously, if you look at the polls, 95% of Americans do not agree with reparations because they're.
I don't know about the accuracy of that.
Okay, well, look it up.
And I think if you looked within the black community, those statistics would be very different.
Only look in the black community, but there's Asian communities, Hispanic communities, white communities. There's all these communities.
You hate Mexicans, and
I don't hate
now all of a
Mexicans.
sudden,
Okay, we're talking about black reparations,
Yeah, he's
right?
not
So
even-
everybody else's opinion on that is low key irrelevant.
No, it's not because
between
they
black
got to
and
vote
white.
to pass it.
But I understand you speaking on like the unfeasibility of it, which I agree with.
You
to a
have
certain
to
extent,
vote to
but-
pass reparations into law. If all these people be like, hell no, that means those politicians that represent them. See, this is the issue. You guys don't want to accept that we live in America. Representatives are the ones who vote on what gets passed and not. If the people who y'all saying don't matter, because that's just a lazy way of approaching it, if they don't matter, why would they ever allow their representative to vote for you to get
I
reparations?
think y'all arguing two different things though.
Well, no,
Because you
sorry.
asked him, does he believe in like cash reparations, right? Like money. I think that's where the debate was. Not really so much how we gonna make it happen, how much.
Correct.
It was really, do you agree blacks are owed cash reparations? Everything else could be ironed out later. But
And I'll say
I think
that
that
I
was
think
the
that-
original topic of the debate.
Correct. And I'll say that all Pan-Africans should be privy to that, not just the victims of slavery.
Pan-Africans support reparations. Like, we believe that reparations are owed. We do
I feel
not
like you
bel-
turf hop though.
We
From,
do not believe reparations will be. We don't believe that's a hill that we should be we should be dying.
But you hood hopped from you was FBA gang or don't
I
bang.
was never in the FBA.
But you was though. Like you got to acknowledge the reality because you're pushing the line. You're a Tariq Nasheed orbiter for a long time.
I was never a Tariq Nasheed orbiter. I literally stopped talking about Tariq on my channel because I was like, I don't want it to become like a Tariq Nasheed hate channel.
Are you sure it wasn't the Bucci Bear ethering?
When Tariq sued me and tried to put a restraining order on me, obviously it forced me to talk about him because he was suing me. Once that was over, even after the Bucci Bear stuff, I stopped talking about Tariq. Listen, I'm a journalist.
Because he smoked you and ran you about the scene, then you had to turf hop to Pan-Africanism.
No, I was a Pan-African way before I even had any involvement with Tariq.
Because I've seen you pushing ADOS ideology before. You feel me? I've
You've never seen me do that.
I have.
When?
You know what I mean? Like, look, bro, I could pull up different.
Pull it up.
I mean, like, sure, but I could pull up different Twitter
Give me an
spaces
example
right
of
now.
something I said
Something that you said
that was pro FBA ADOS.
I mean, like a lot.
Just
a
give
lot.
me one thing.
Can you give one example?
Let me think of an example. I would say that the best off top, you just being in the Tariq Nasheed community and pushing his line, and your whole entire vibe switched from being a staunch supporter
I
to
was
like.
never a supporter.
So you were an antagonist the whole
FBA
time,
hates me.
but they didn't always hate
They've
you.
always hated me.
And when did this start?
Since the very first video I made about ADOS.
Okay.
Because I made a video about ADOS saying that they weren't going to vote Democrat if they didn't get reparations on the table. And the Democrats all unanimously said, we are not going to give you reparations. Every Democrat candidate. This was in 2016 when Trump,
Hillary versus Trump.
Hillary versus Trump.
Yeah.
They all said, no, this was actually in 2020, right before, it was 2020, before Biden beat Trump. Every presidential candidate on the Democrat side said, we are not going to even consider reparations except for one lady, Marianne Williamson. You know what the ADOS leaders told those people at that conference? They said, you know what we're going to do because they don't want to talk about reparations? Well, we're going to vote down ballot. And then Antonio Moore leans over and says, Democrat. So I said, how are you going to make the Democrats consider giving you reparations when they said they're not going to do it and you're still voting for them?
So essentially, you were always just an agent of chaos in the ADOS / Black Foundational.
Hold on, let's close out the reparations, right?
Okay.
Y'all both made some points. I'm in agreement with you. We're owed reparations, but the money that they owe us was taken in blood. So unless you're gonna take it in blood back, you're not getting it. trying to ask and beg for it and put it up for vote in a country where we're the minority and everybody's programmed to hate us anyway, we know it's going to get voted down.
And
So I always tell people, if you're not willing to do what it takes to get it the way they got it, you're not getting it. Trying to go, please give me reparations. They fucked you over already. You're actually the same people who put you in this position, essentially, to help you out of it. It's not going to happen. So we could close off on that because it's just going to be a circular.
Unless you're willing to fight. But everything
And
you said,
I don't think we really
what you
disagree
think
with
about
that.
it, bro? Because we're going to close it off.
Nah, I agree. I agree to exactly what you're saying. It makes no sense to keep crying about reparations. They're not giving reparations like you said. They took it. Anything that we tried to create, from Black Wall Street to everything else, when we thought you was trying to separate or do anything for the people, they came and tore that motherfucker down. So like you said, if you ain't getting it back that way, it's not gonna happen. They're not finna do that. They're constantly showing you they're gonna keep their foot on our necks unless you're doing something aggressively to go against that.
And as far as segregation, are you saying you're in favor of segregation or you're
Yes,
against
he's
it
a
at this
separatist.
point? Both of y'all.
He's a separatist.
just as a side note, reparations was actually paid following what happened in the Tulsa massacre, Black Wall Street. They did get paid reparations for that. But separatists,
What's the value of a human life?
Even you saying them getting paid for it, but everything that they built, like you said, from separating, ain't getting built back again.
and
they
there's,
built it back.
and there's
It's
several
still there
lives
to this
lost.
day.
And who owns it?
Black people.
Yeah, I gotta look up
Black
that.
Wall Street is still there. Go look it up. It's called the Greenwood
And
District.
it's in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
It's in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And,
Are you in favor of segregation?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think that racial.
Who would he glaze? No,
Yeah, who would I glaze?
Let him get his bars off.
Who would I glaze? No, real talk. I mean, like, first of all, if I was in favor of segregation, I wouldn't live in Los Angeles, one of the most culturally diverse regions.
you live in Van
the
Nuys.
entire-
Don't know black people live there.
I live in MacArthur Park, all right, is one of the most diverse. I literally live in the most densely populated region in Los Angeles, the second most diverse city in the United States.
MacArthur Park is right there by LAX. Is that where?
No.
Wait. Oh, what is that called?
No, that is called Inglewood.
So are you in favor of segregation, period, or just like business-wise, educational-wise, health-wise, or you're saying to separate all the way?
The thing with me is I'm not a separatist and I don't necessarily believe in segregation. What I believe is that black people in America and all over the world need to reconnect with Africa economically, politically, and even spiritually, if you throw that in there. That's what I believe in. We have to come together because if you look at the way the United States is shaped, the groups that dominate the economic playing field are groups who have ties back to their homeland.
Correct.
They can get money from there. They send remittance back over there. And if push comes to shove, they can go there and do business if they need to. That's all I'm telling black folks to do. Let's just reconnect back with where we came from. You could stay in America. Pan-Africanism means black people all over the world, not just in Africa.
I mean, Africans have sub-Saharan Africa is typically like black people, but North Africa, they look a lot more like Middle Eastern. There's parts of Africa where there's hella white people that have been there for.
Which parts of that?
Zimbabwe has a large white population. South Africa has,
Large, they're like 3% of the population.
okay.
It's not large. It's white Africans. Though.
There's white Africans, and South Africa has a. Not proud of them at all, but they definitely have a significant white
This
population.
topic
as well.
always confuses me when racists like the idiot they had up here last week said segregation is the answer because we've done that already. And every time black people segregate, start to build and start to succeed, they start to infiltrate and impede on that success to try to slow it down. So it's like, do you really want segregation or do you want us to segregate and starve? Because when we segregate and we start to prosper, we always get infiltrated and something tragic always happens that brings us back to square zero. So that's always my confusion with them telling us to segregate. We do that.
Right.
Black people, like Brandon made the point when he made the debate. Yeah, we do that just fine. You want us over here? Cool. We start building. The second we get to 50% of your wealth, all of a sudden, oh man, we need the civil rights. We need this. Y'all need to give up your businesses. Come integrate with us.
Or you start
it's always
the
some
Klan,
shit. Or you start
the
bombing
KKK
shit.
up.
So
That's
You know what I'm
basically all I was
saying?
getting at.
with all that, are you against racial mixing as far as like reproduction and things like that. Do you feel like, okay, let me rephrase that because I know that's such a vague question. Do you feel like it waters down the DNA and the genetics of the black race when y'all mix with other races?
I wouldn't say it waters down the DNA or the genetics. I'm not even against race mixing. I'm against race mixing in a certain situation. Like you can't have 20
Because you're a
million.
reformed bunny hopper, right?
No,
Like-
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
You literally, this fool used to hella white girls.
Where?
In high school.
What? I had a white girlfriend in high school.
Hell yeah, bunny hopper. Hold
Hold on, you got okay. Race
Wait,
mixing. We talking about having kids,
Beverly-
right?
Okay, so
Yeah.
Okay.
so to get to the point,
bunny hopper.
so yeah, nah. But so one white girlfriend in high school, that's crazy.
Probably a
but,
few.
but the thing is, you know, when you have
That's
20 million
reparations.
black,
Bunny hopping is reparations, people. I just want to let you know that.
I'm not
That
mad
is a
at that.
form of reparations.
that's crazy.
I'm not mad at that.
Get
in the
your
slightest.
reparations.
I'm all about black love, man. But when you have 20 million black babies being aborted since like the 1960s, yeah, it does make me wish that black men and women would come together to make children a little more with more exclusivity. So I'm not against race mixing. I am just looking at black people saying, look, we're up against it. There's Planned Parenthood in all of our neighborhoods. You come to out here, I don't see no Planned Parenthoods. Where the white folks at? So
Isn't that more of a socioeconomic thing than a race
that's
thing,
more
though?
of a socially engineered thing that's social engineering by white people, like Margaret Sanger. She literally said, guess what? I want to get rid of black people. I don't want a lot of them being born here. And there, to this day, is a Margaret Sanger Award. So for you to even imply, which is what you're doing, that I am being like radical or unrealistic about the agenda against black people.
I never
as
said
far
that.
as the story, I felt like it was implied.
No, not at all. 'Cause if anything,
Okay, let's
if
wait.
anything, I'm gonna strengthen that.
Hold on. Do you believe in race mixing? Because he
Yeah,
said,
hell
he
yeah.
said he's cool with it.
I think it's the most. I think it's
Gucci.
vital. I think it's vital.
Okay,
What
so
makes it? Hold on. What makes it vital though?
Well, there's several things. They're like number one, like this.
you want to make the basketball team, huh?
Yeah.
Trying to get that melanin, cuz.
Well, look, I think that the number one thing is genetic diversity.
Okay.
Okay, break it down.
Genetic diversity is the foundation of genetic advancement. You know what I mean? If you take, so let's look at like the white people in the hills, for example, right? Let's look at the Appalachian Mountains, right? Very little genetic diversity. The same people have been fucking each other for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Eventually, you get like a subhuman version of that race because they are not just race, but that type of people because they've mingled with each other and everyone's eventually humping on their cousins. There's no genetic diversity, so that means that those genes are only going to advance to a certain extent. Now, when you mix genes with other types of genes, it actually has more of a chance of that offspring having more mental and physical capabilities.
You mean in general or you mean black people?
No, in general. I'm talking Asians mixing with Mexicans, blacks mixing with Arabs, whites mixing with Mexicans, whatever. Like all genetic diversity.
But black people are the most genetically diverse people on the planet. We have more genes than every other group.
So you're saying that there's no need to.
We don't need to do that. That's what everyone else needs to do.
Well, eventually, if there's a concentrated area and people are stuck there, no matter what, eventually the lack of genetic diversity is going to wind up watering down the gene pool in a negative way.
Well, that's the thing. We still got Africans and everything else coming over here who share our genetic makeup. So, like, if you look at the genes, like, black people have the most genes, white people have this. Can you fact check this for me, Danny?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask
But
about that.
I believe black people have the most genes, and then his next is whites.
They say
And then-
African populations have the most genetic diversity,
Yeah.
which is scientifically significant.
Yeah, we have the most genetic diversity.
Yeah, I don't think black people have to mix with other races to get the enhanced diversity. Like we're pretty
yeah.
diverse people.
And then
already.
when we
for
got
sure,
white
but-
in us, it made us even more genetically diverse. So
Right. But,
Okay, but I'm curious to know under what circumstance you're against it, because you say you're for it except certain circumstances. Are we talking financial, where you got a wealthy black guy? Like, what are we talking?
But real quick, not to cut you off, you literally just kind of acknowledged my argument because you said black people mixed with white people and became more genetically diverse.
No, I'm not. I'm saying we were already genetically diverse before we ever met you, but the black people during slavery, where our grandmothers were raped. Then we got more genetically diverse because of that. So the genetic diversity argument, that really only benefits, that's a one-sided thing. We don't need any more genetic diversity.
First of all,
we have all of it.
But what do you mean when you met us? Because remember, all life started in Africa, right?
Yeah, we met you guys later.
We was here first.
Correct. All life started in Africa, right?
Yeah, but you guys migrated out of Africa.
Correct. The genetic
you guys started
recessive,
sleeping with your cousins.
The genetic
your
recessive
gene pool
trait
got reduced. Your genes became recessive, and then when we got dragged out of Africa, well, when y'all came to Africa to enslave us, that's when we met y'all.
First of all, so the genetic diversity, I mean, the genetic recessive trait of albinism or light skin or lack of melanin started in Africa before. That's what forced the white people to get up out of there. You feel me? In fact, that's actually the origins of racism. Matter of fact, it's the first example of a caste system.
I don't think
in history.
I don't think that was due to genetic recessive genes. I think that was a mutation.
It is a mutation.
And then,
but that's the same thing.
They got ostracized.
Mutation is basically like y'all was created.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Niggas created them in the lab. Niggas made them in the lab.
We were the scientists. They gonna eat us alive.
They had that mad scientist came
y'all ain't about
created
to be on
y'all.
Twitter.
Shout out to Billy Carson, good. I ain't gonna read about something about that. And they said it was a nigga that did that to create the Anunnaki. Shout out to Anunnaki.
Shout out to the Anunnaki.
Shout out to Billy Carson.
What's it called? Nibiru? Yeah.
Okay, but under what circumstance are you saying you're against it? Because you cut yourself off there.
But I'm against race mixing.
Yeah, because you say you're for it, except certain circumstances.
I said I don't mind it, but I'm saying what makes me lean towards being against it. The moment, because at different times you feel different ways. So in the situation or the circumstances that we're in America, where we got like our women, there's literally a campaign for our women to get abortions. Right? And they're not running those campaigns in any other community. I would say Black love has to be the message and the
mantra.
Not the mantra. Black love has to be
the movement. You gotta
the movement or the priority.
Okay,
the priority.
So are you're for it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. How about you?
What?
Race mixing, you for it or you against it?
He not supposed to be. Yeah, he not supposed to have an opinion.
He gotta have an opinion.
I am you crazy. Nah, but I ain't against it. But I do. It is what it is. You mingle what you mingle with. But it's like that shit is sketchy because the more they mix, the more that we start to die off. So it's a little.
You think black people are better than Asians at math?
I think Arabs created math, so they're the best.
I think we can.
We're all fighting for second place.
Be?
I don't think they created math, but go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, so there's nothing about any other race that they might have the ups on.
I literally gave it to Arabs, bro. I said Arabs invented math.
Okay.
So what are you talking about?
So
you love twisting what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I'm leading you to a greater point here.
I think it's up to the individual.
So, which would mean that there might be an advantage for mixing with that blood because it might make black people more advanced mathematically, and that's just one small example.
That means
so what you trying to say, man? Black people don't know math?
No. I'm just saying that black people might not be the number one at every single aspect of life.
Because everything is about need, right? So what need did black people in Africa who basically was hunting, farming, and fucking, what need do we have for math?
I got 2 wives. I got 3.
We literally had the perfect life, and then it was ruined. And you want me to tell you how I know that was the perfect life? You want me to tell you how I know that was the perfect life?
Let's talk about this.
Because now the richest of the richest white people, they will give up all their riches. They'll separate themselves from their riches or use their riches to do what? Go somewhere way out isolated. I'm moving with my family to the hills of Appalachia or to the freaking Ozark Mountains. They literally are searching for the life that Africans had in Africa.
I gotta correct both of y'all because mathematics actually started from us.
Okay.
So language itself, music, mathematics. I mean, damn near everything that we use in the world started from us.
So that debunks everything.
So that debunks and math. Hold
Now they gonna say-
on, I'm not being biased. I'm just strictly speaking facts.
no,
you
you're
can look
good,
this
you're
up.
good.
Now they gonna say we jumped.
No,
y'all-
we're
we
not
jumped
jumping him.
left.
No,
no,
because
no.
hold on, we're not jumping him because he said the Arabs, and I said I disagree because I know for a fact. I remember I was researching this. The origins of mathematics itself actually comes from
The
Africa.
origins of life comes from Africa, so everything comes.
but them being
who do you think is superior right now, though, at this moment? Who's
yeah,
the
but
most
math could be
advanced
learned though.
mathematician?
So,
It
so
can
you,
be learned.
you don't need to procreate with an Asian to be good at math. You just got to practice math.
But he's just
Practice
asking
learning
who's the
math.
best. We got to look up who won the math Olympics or whatever.
Man, you can't even pronounce bro name. It got 3 X's in it. You feel me? From China. I
Is he a
promise you.
Muslim?
No,
Like,
no. Look, we gonna go to the next topic.
Let's
I don't want
go.
to drag on that, but my view on basically crossbreeding, I don't view people saying that they only want to procreate with themselves as being racist. I think white people, they get a bad rap with that, or any race, when they say they want to procreate with themselves. I think you should. I think it's smart. I think black people should start doing it more, especially wealthy black people, because what we start to notice, when wealthy black people procreate, their kids usually start having kids with the other side that they procreated with, meaning that wealth eventually gets washed out of the black circulation. That's why a lot of people like Dr. Umar is against it. And we actually start to mate ourselves out. So if I procreate with a white woman, then my son go procreate with a white woman. Well, shit,
it increases the likelihood of that.
we're about to take ourselves out of the game. But what you start to see, other races in other countries are actually desperately trying to procreate with black people. They're actually paying black men to impregnate their women because they want to get the melanin in their genetic gene pool, because they think without it, they're gonna die off. So this is all stuff you can fact check and research.
No, there might
too,
be
by the
some
way.
truth to that. There might be with the dissemination of our ozone layer. Shit,
Melanin is worth more than gold, by the way.
melanin is a valuable trait.
They used to literally eat us. But
Can we go to the next
destruction
topic?
of the black nuclear family. I just had to drop some bars real quick.
No, so with that being said, Brandon, do you think that I have white savior complex?
I think you just want to be accepted by maybe you experienced some trauma in the past with your own group, maybe your parents or your brothers or sisters.
Like with Tariq Nasheed when he abused you?
Basically.
Yeah.
So now you kind of look, maybe you were shown love, treated good by other cultures. And it makes sense because, Mexican culture, black cultures, we're very hospitable, very accepting and welcoming of other groups. So you just have this nah, they did right by me, so I'm gonna do right by them in any situation. I'm gonna ride for them, and that's where I think you're at with it.
Correct. You're 1,000% right. I don't look. So to
And I'm here to tell you, I don't give a fuck about all that. You ain't black. No, I'm just kidding.
no, here's the thing. Here's the thing. And black people arguably with me way more than you. That's the crazy part.
okay.
Like you feel me? Like that's the crazy part. But I think that there's a big misconception. I'm glad I feel seen right now because I think I thought that you had this concept that I feel like I know how to solve the issues of the black community, and I'm like in a position where I'm able to speak. I don't believe that. You feel me in any
I
capacity?
don't think you believe that.
Okay, because you've alluded to me having white savior complex on multiple occasions.
I'm sure you've been to like 12-step and stuff, so you learned all about like the things I can control, things I can't control,
Right.
wisdom,
The serenity prayer,
difference
yeah.
type shit. Yeah, so I don't think you're like that. My thing is like there are certain aspects of black life or the black community, like gang banging type shit. You defend that stuff, and I'm looking at it like, nah, that stuff, we got to get rid of that shit for our community to truly get back healthy and be on the path forward or on an upward trajectory. And so you got to see it from my perspective. This guy's defending shit that I really think we need to get rid of. So obviously I look at you as like, you in the way.
I understand that, but now, who do you frequently pod with? The two other gentlemen that are sitting at this table with us right now.
Yeah.
No, come on, let's talk about it, Lust.
Because I don't know how they identify as far as activity, but these are both admitted and proud members of a community. You feel me?
Yeah, the black community.
The black community as well as the Crips in Long Beach. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Saint the
you know what I'm
Spark, no
saying?
more.
Like babies.
Shout out to the set.
You dig? So with that being said, these guys are epitomizing what you are against.
They're really not epitomizing it, but they know how I feel about the situation. And deep down inside, they know that what I'm saying is true. Every black person knows we gonna have to address the gang shit big time, because if we talking about our numbers dwindling and all that stuff, even drill music, like people would say gang members support drill music, right? You would say they love it, right?
For the most part.
Okay, but if you ask this dude, if we could get rid of drill music, if it meant eliminating a lot of black deaths, he'll be like, get rid of that shit.
And I agree with that too.
Exactly. So it's not that they're epitomizing this negative thing. It's that I'm cool with them because I understand that when it all comes down to it, they agree with what I think. Maybe not the way I deliver the message, but they know like something has to happen. Something change is necessary.
Sounds like selective politicking.
No, it's not at all. No, it's not at all.
Because you know that, okay, these are intelligent black men. They might be gang members, but they're able to like thrive in other capacities. So you really can't say shit. But that kind of defeats the argument.
But they're not out recruiting kids to join a gang. They're kids. They not like, yeah, you gonna be a Hoover Crip. There's ignorant niggas out here doing that. So they're just. But I'm not. You know, I'm not trying to mention their specific gang. But they're not. There are people who raise their children to be in gangs. Right? That's a problem.
That's not a mutually exclusive problem of the black race either, by the way.
I'm not saying it's mutually exclusive. There's many people do it. But what I'm saying is there's a difference between a gang member, like I'll give you an example, like Melvin Farmer, right? Okay. So I had a conversation with Melvin Farmer, and I asked him a real question. I said, do you believe, because I asked him, do you think gangs need to be over? He said, no. I said, is the reason that you feel gangs don't need to be done away with because is your reasoning for that if we do away with gangs, you lose your importance? See, a lot of people hold on to gang banging because if gang banging were to be done away with, they would just be regular people.
But I mean,
especially the OG.
But here's the thing:
especially the OG.
Inherently, in their inception, gangs were created as a means of protect the community.
Hell no.
Absolutely.
Hell no.
From racist outsiders.
No.
Don't say hell no.
No,
hell no.
So I'm a historian.
Community revolution in
That
progress.
was later.
Community revolution in progress.
You got it right. But everything,
shout out to the Panthers.
Exactly. From the Panthers was a gang, but we heard us all about
the Panthers were a political party.
That they was
AKA a gang.
And they was moving together
Political
as a gang.
party.
They wore certain jackets. They represented certain things. They was a gang. Maybe their movement and their goals was different about the way they moved about it. They still was a gang. We don't hear too much flack about the cartels when they whack niggas every motherfucking day. You don't speak on none of that.
Me?
Anybody in general. Niggas don't say get rid of the police force because they're out here smacking niggas. They're another form of a gang. The Army, the Navy, it's just different aspects and goals about how you going about it. That's what needs to change the trajectory of where it's headed. Most gang members don't have no end game. Most gang members don't have no goal or no foresight to see where this is gonna get you. And some niggas don't give a f. But that's the biggest problem with gangs. Gangs ain't just the sole problem of where we at. Like we just said earlier, when black people come together on some positive or some different shit, is the forces that's unseen still come after niggas at the end of the day.
I would encourage y'all, if you happen, to watch a documentary called The Bastards Parties about the creation of the Crips and Bloods.
Everybody.
That's for all of them. I know y'all might could have seen that, but yeah. Because it pretty much substantiates everything that this guy just said and everything that I said.
I said this on another podcast. I don't remember which one. It might have been this one. But I said that 600, the dude who everybody's calling a snitch and he's the police and all that. I said I had a lot of respect for 600.
I'm sure you do.
Because, no, what people don't realize with the big U and 600 shit is that 600 is kind of like, he's the evolution of the gang member in the sense of like white gangs were once in the streets fighting with each other, killing each other. You saw the movie.
Gangs of New York. Gangs of New York.
Well, eventually those gangs, they went into the police force. They went into the fire department. They went into the unions. They basically went legit to a certain extent. The black gangs have to go through that same evolution. They have to find something else that kind of keeps the spirit of gangs alive, but it channels it into something that's beneficial to society.
Like hip
Like
hop,
600
like
being a cop.
like gangster rap
Like-
music though. I
No,
mean,
hell no. Like 600 being a cop, like y'all say, or campus police, or whatever.
So
he
are you
was.
for gangs or against gangs?
I am
He's
against
against gangs.
I am against
Okay, so you're against gangs. Are you for gangs?
I'm
or
for
against
gangs. If we're gonna make it as base of a comment as that,
Yeah,
you
you're
know
not
what I'm
in a
saying?
gang.
Like,
So are you saying he's a
Yeah, it
hypocrite
doesn't matter, like,
by being
uh,
cool with us?
yeah, he's a huge hypocrite.
Okay.
He's a huge hypocrite.
How?
Because like it's just like when Conrad was here, you were terrified. You wanted to suck him off. You feel me? Like you didn't want to like actually push back at any of his points. And it's almost like you were doing it in a demeaning way. You're like
So
playing.
I was glazing him, but I was demeaning him at the same time.
Let's coming for blood.
It's
This
demeaning.
nigga is since he just
No, no,
said I
no.
was glazing him, then said I was
Yes.
demeaning
Let him
him.
finish his
Yes,
point.
because you were
Yeah.
playing with him like kid glove with kid gloves. You're like, I was about to interject, just be like, no, let him finish. Let him finish. Like it's a baby taking his first steps. Oh, let him walk across the room. And then afterwards, you want to be like, oh, of course. Like what you say in your super chat. Why would I fucking take Conrad seriously? He's whacked out of his mind on drugs.
Well, for one, I never said why would I take him seriously.
essentially what
I
you
said
said.
he was so high he could barely talk and I could barely hear him.
It's
So
oddly
you're-
enough, he made the most coherent points out of any of us.
To you, I see that, birds of a feather. But the thing is, I was just telling you to wait so I could actually hear what he was saying because he was talking kind of low. Glazing him, I don't even know George like that. His name is George, I think. But I don't even know George. What's funny is after I was done with that, my homie called me like, man, I knew that dude forever. Duh. It ain't about glazing. These people are big mythical figures to you. To me, they're just
How's he a
regular
big
people.
mythical
Well, you
figure?
was talking about I was scared of him. He must be something if you think I was scared of him because that's crazy.
No, I was just like feeling your aura.
Why would I
Like
be scared of someone who's high?
Because how come you didn't have this energy talking about gangs are paramount of the destruction of
If
the
he
black
would have came
community?
in talking like he was talking, I would have said the same thing. Bro was barely getting his words out, so I was just like, and he ended up agreeing with me on a lot of shit.
He did not agree.
Yes,
with you.
he did. Like when he said, he said, we reached the point where ain't nobody holding black people down. It's just if you want to put the work in, you could do whatever you want. That was an agreement.
Can you
with me.
contextualize that?
That's literally what he said.
No,
We
but
can go
like,
back.
can you contextualize? I don't get what that means. In
The
context.
fact that a lot of black people play the victim. Oh, the man's holding me down and I can't move forward because the man, Conrad, basically threw that shit all the way out the window. He sat right here and said that. Ain't nobody holding black people down. You got to put in the work. You got to do it. And I actually respected that about him. I said, okay, bro. I said, despite bro trying to defend the gang shit, at the end of the day, he knows reality. And that's what you're going to find with most gang members and most people who defend gang shit. At the end of the day, they like, when the rubber be thrown, they're like, nah, man, this shit ain't really stopping a nigga from doing anything.
Yeah, I think gangs are actually needed, just not the way we're gang banging.
Correct.
Like bro said, everything is a gang. No matter you want to look at it that way or not. If you're a Christian, you're part of the Christian gang.
A football team.
If you're a Democrat, you're part of the Democratic gang. They just call it the Democratic Party, but it's a gang. The gangs out here, they have no end game. That's what black people need, an end game, a positive end game that's going to lead to success. Then we all bang that. But every time we start those gangs, what happens?
Infighting.
Interfere.
A different gang comes, interferes, tears it down, and we back to square one.
COINTELPRO, the police, etc.
But is that not what I just said
So I
about
don't-
the evolution? The gangs need to evolve. That would be the end game. We need to find the positive. And if you look like the Hells Angels, they ain't running around here fucking people up no more.
Hell yeah, they are.
Well, there's still that element.
For sure.
Hell yeah, they are.
The nigga just got indicted a few years
But
ago.
look,
They all just kept it solid.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But what I'm
They're
saying
kicking
is,
big shit.
And
But
you
what-
make it sound so easy, like it don't play a difference of being black trying to get accepted in somebody's police force versus a KKK member, ex-KKK member going to sign up and getting in those spaces. It's not going to be the same
Listen.
for niggas as it would be for them.
any situation, bro, if you go to places like Atlanta, Mississippi, Tennessee, all those places, there's whole cities where damn near the whole police force is black. So
Well, those are in predominantly black areas
yeah,
as well.
but guess what? Black people can go to predominantly black areas. They can enter into the political situation there.
Absolutely.
So what I'm saying is the same thing like what Viral just said. It has to evolve out of what it is now. But I believe what's stifling the black gangs evolution is people like you sitting up.
Yeah, I'm the reason why there's like gangs are killing
People-
each other.
People like
Retard, bro.
people like you who don't want the gang culture to change because you are entertained by it and you have gotten to the point where you identify with
I never said
industry.
I never said that that gangs don't need to change. What I said is that in their core essence, gangs are not inherently detrimental to the black
They
community.
really are.
In fact,
They really are.
the reason why they started was a mechanism of community, of brotherhood, and of combating racist white gangs. Because if you know, South LA was a predominantly white region, right?
Right.
Compton, Watts, all predominantly white cities, right?
Right.
Black people started, black people were allowed to buy land over there. You feel me? They started inhabiting these areas.
We made it so bad all the white people had to move.
Well, you know
Make it
about
so bad. You made it bad showing up and being black.
Yeah,
they wanted to
that's
get
cool.
up out of it.
so you know, y'all know what the fuck white flight is. Y'all know what white flight is,
for sure.
obviously. But before it got to that point, all the whites in those areas, predominantly like Inglewood, Linwood, all these different areas, Wood. You notice that reoccurring theme in all their names. You feel me? Crazy, right? They tried to. They was bullying black people. They said you can't be outside past a certain time. Blah da 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 da. And that is the formation of gangs.
Shit, guess what? They should have bullied their ass. Maybe the areas would still be nice if they would have kept enforcing that shit. But what I'm saying,
He's wild. Hold on.
This
Hold
why
on,
the
'cause you
ruckus
made
is coming
Oh God,
out.
this is Ruckus. Y'all keep calling him Brandon. It's Uncle
the
Ruckus.
Ruckus.
Listen, you made a great point about black people legitimizing what we're doing as far as going into the police forces, becoming judges, becoming lawyers. But you got to add nuance to that too, because it's just not that easy. If you don't change the culture of the system that we join in, it doesn't matter. I could be black and join those systems, but guess what? Those systems rules were built off of what?
but numbers change.
Hold on. I know, I get it, but they were built off of what?
I mean, go ahead.
Racism?
Yeah, racism.
Racism, white supremacy, right? So I'm a part of that system still. We've seen examples of that where judges did things that wasn't in favor of that and they were taken off of cases, where cops did things that wasn't in favor of that and they were taken off cases or suspended or given death duty. So until we address those issues, just joining it is not enough. That's only half the battle. But what about the culture that's already in place?
What about the culture of
let me
systemic
say one
oppression?
thing, because you named like Atlanta and all these predominantly black places that usually those places they grew up with their cops. Like a lot of them be from their neighborhoods. You see them out there playing with each other and they actually know these people. When you come to cities out here, they go grab a cop that don't know nothing about LA gangs or Long Beach gangs or nothing like that. Bring them in here to enforce a certain way. They don't come here to protect and serve nobody. Police don't do nothing but react out here. This is why don't nothing change anyway. So even that being in the stance, they're never going to let you migrate and accept you as one of them.
And for the
you
record,
can get
Atlanta
hired
is
anywhere.
no longer predominantly black. The article just came out.
Predominantly
It
gay
is
now.
no longer predominantly black. It's been infiltrated. It's been taken over. People have been moving. So y'all can look those stats up and fact
No,
check
that's
that
fact.
as well.
But this is the same playbook, like we said. You get a black city now. What do they want now? They see it's too many of them prospering over there. We need to infiltrate this, regardless of how you want to look at it.
But the thing is, you know, Atlanta, there's a lot of places down south where there are police forces that are predominantly black. And also you can go into different other police forces. My whole point is that you can't just say, oh, well, the police, you can't really judge the situation based on racism. You have to just look at the situation based on what's around you. If you flood the zone, you then change the culture. I'll give you a prime example. Look at, before it used to be illegal to set up burrito stands on the corner. The police will literally come and snatch all your shit. You remember when we was younger, they'll snatch all your shit. Do you got a license? Do you got this?
I mean,
do
they
you got
still do that.
Man, listen. Now it's to the point where certain cities are giving these niggas equipment. They made it super easy to get a license. You know why? Because once that group of people, Mexicans, became such a large population, they're the majority now.
I mean,
Once they
wasn't this their land at some point?
I'm not talking about that.
just saying.
Once they became the majority again, let's say that again, because it was their land, they sold it to us. Once they became the majority again, they were able to what? Change the culture.
It's crazy you say us like an American, but then you want to switch, like oscillate between American and Pan-African depending on the talking point. Whatever confirms your ideology. Like what the brother.
I'm a pan. Wait a minute.
Also, I'll say this.
Wait a minute,
What's up with your separatist ideology? I want to say, I have a
We've
question for
already
you.
proved that I'm not a separatist.
No, but do you think that your ideology is peppered by the fact that you're from the most racially contentious part of Southern California?
No, I'm going back to your first thing, and I'll address that. So I am a Pan-African person. Genetically, ethnically, I am an African. Nationally, I am, nationalistically, I am an American. I am American national.
So you're pro-American, but you don't believe that it's in black people's best interest to even be here.
No, I didn't say it's. You didn't listen to me before.
But don't you own property in Africa, don't you?
Yes, I do. Why would I be anti-American when I am an American? That's my nationality. So I can be both. I can be a Pan-African and be an American citizen. That's what I am.
But isn't it kind of contradictive to be pro-black and to the extent that you are and represent the nation that enslaved your people?
But how am I representing?
Built on the backs of slavery? Make it make sense, player.
That should make me even more proud to be an American. If we built this bitch, I'm taking ownership. That's like saying you built a house and then being like, so many bad things happen in the house, I'm gonna just give it to somebody else. No,
it just seems like you switch your argument up when it's convenient and your ideology.
No, the thing is, black people are not monolithic. Black people can have different opinions.
But you said black people were the most monolithic people in the world.
No.
Like, you fucking switch. Oh, this is the biggest. Brandon, you're a smart dude, but you be fucking yourself up, bro, because you contradict yourself all the time.
I'm not contradicting myself.
Call it. Give an example.
He literally said 2 podcasts we did ago. I think it was the news 2 or 3 pods ago. He said black people are the most monolithic people in the entire world. Now he just said black people are not monolithic. Houseway.
So what I'm telling you is black people in ignorance are monolithic. Are thinking, and some people.
So just the negative aspects of black culture.
And we are monolithic in a negative way, but. When I'm saying monolithic, when I say we are not monolithic in a positive way, meaning black people can have different opinions. But if you talk to black people, like say something like hip hop is black culture, right? The average black person is going to be like, yeah. But in reality, a smart black person will be like, no, hip hop is a genre of music.
Started by black people.
It's black culture. First of all, it's a subculture.
It's black culture. Hip hop is black culture.
But
it's a subculture.
When you think of hip hop, what do you think of?
There's black people who don't even listen to hip hop.
When you think of hip hop, what do you think of?
I think of hip hop is not black. Hip hop is not the definition of black culture. That's what people are arguing.
Yeah, but
a lot of black people
you just changed what
that.
you said.
I'm not. A lot of I'm trying to explain it to you. A lot of black people think hip hop is black culture. Like that's what
that's the entirety
of black culture entirety, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, that's stupid to think like that.
Of course.
But there are a lot of black people who think like that.
So when people tell you like you eat like black people like chicken or watermelon, what do the people attach that to?
They attach that to racism because that's a racist
But is
statement.
it more that black culture? So when you think of hip hop, you think more of a black people. The same way if I think of a damn taco or burrito, I'm gonna think of Mexicans.
100% mariachi music.
But that's not the entirety of their culture.
No.
What I'm saying is to debug what you're saying low key, we're gonna say that's Hispanic or Mexican culture, even though we know that's not the entirety of their culture.
But
they got that shit from somewhere.
But hip hop is.
And the biggest problem I have with what you said is hip hop is not just a genre of music.
Hip hop is a subculture. It has become a subculture within black culture.
Correct.
It is not the epitome of black culture.
No,
for sure.
But there's been it's one of the most successful genres of music. It is the #1 genre of music in the world. It was created by black people and has provided black people.
It's the #1 genre of music in the world. That's
it is.
True.
Yes, it is.
No,
yes, it is.
What's #1?
Yes, it is.
I think pop music is the
Nah, look it up.
You look it up.
All right, bro. But
hey, Donnie, can I get an unbiased? What is the
hold on? What are we judging by being #1?
#1 most popular genre of music.
Hip hop is
#1 for sure.
No.
Hip hop is #1 by
what's the
far.
most influential genre?
Not influential.
Okay, sorry.
Popular.
Sorry. Okay. What is the most popular genre of music in the world?
Nah, it's hip hop.
It's not hip hop.
It's hip hop by far.
No, it's not.
For sure, it's hip hop.
Hip hop don't even got the most views on YouTube.
Number 1 pop, number 2 hip hop rap.
What? This
Hold
debate
on.
is over.
Hold on, what is it judging
I don't
by?
know.
Is it judging by album sales and views, or is it judging by
Popularity.
influence?
Yeah, so okay. This is also like a very
Can we acknowledge, Donnie, that I was right?
My ChatGPT says hip hop.
It's
Exactly.
Listen,
Yeah, exactly.
there's nobody in Africa trying to be a pop star.
No, there's real
They're
music
dressing
in Africa.
But of course,
lions
when
right
you,
now.
of course, you use
Yeah.
ChatGPT and say popular and pop is going to throw that in there.
No.
Yes.
If you go to every region of
Popular is not a genre. It's literally all genres of music that made it to be popular songs that get put into pop categories. Inside the umbrella of pop, there's all the categories and genres. So these niggas dumb. Seriously. Now, if you're from outside the music industry, you won't know this. But it's weird. He really think he right. But pop is not a style of music, so it can't be compared to the rest. Rock, all the other genres have a style that go with it. That's exclusive to that genre. That when you hear it, you say, "Oh, that's this." When you hear pop music, you can hear a hip hop song in it. You can hear an R&B song, rock song, reggae. So it's crazy how you just.
the earth, they emulate American hip hop
Hip
culture.
hop.
They're not emulating
But
pop culture.
to be fair, it is hip hop.
I said no. It's
No,
pop.
you asked him and he gave you the
He
answer.
gave
and he gave you the
answer. He
facts.
did his and he gave answer too. No.
But also,
Yes.
pop, you can't say is a single solitary genre because that has a different meaning in every country, and every country is a different
Pop
idea of
music
what pop music
is
means.
very distinct from hip hop, and
Actually, most
Pop is the
most pop music
popular.
contains, but most pop music nowadays contains elements of hip
elements
hop.
nowadays.
sure.
Yeah,
But even like Michael Jackson, he was like a pop artist.
right.
He was.
He's the king of pop.
He's the king of pop.
Again,
Popular.
yeah, that's what pop means.
Exactly.
Popular.
Pop music.
But Michael Jackson was heavily influenced
Hip-hop
by
ain't
hip hop,
at the-
R&B, New Jack Swing,
Listen, hip-hop
disco,
is not at the
soul,
top
all
of
different black
any-
genres.
Hip hop is not at the top of any global music charting system.
Well, that's not true. There's a rap music artist that's #1 in several different countries. I mean, first of all, there is a time when
Internationally,
Drake was #1 in multiple countries at the same
Multiple
time
countries.
on multiple
but
charts.
as soon as you put him in the world music charts, he's not even in the top 5.
That's not true also. But here's the main thing.
Look it up right now. World music charts.
Currently, it's a slightly different landscape. However,
It's been that way for a long time.
But there's been times where hip hop and hip hop artists were #1.
They got close. They never were number 1.
Problem is pop isn't a genre. It can
Exactly.
be argued, but
Pop is a genre.
Pop is not a fixed sound.
Nah, that's facts because you
That's
can
what I
say
said,
because you can
it's
say
not a
because you can
sound.
say Drake is transcended to pop.
He is.
Pop is
Yeah.
not. Pop is 100% a genre. We just said Michael Jackson was the king of pop, so it has
King
to be
of
a genre.
popular, like he said. We're counting Michael
It's-
Jackson. You're gonna count Michael Jackson as a singer. If you have to break it down to context, you're gonna count Drake as a rapper / singer, but he's still popular.
Yes, but pop is the #1 most popular genre of music, and it has
So what kind of drums they use?
been on top of the charts over hip hop for decades.
Okay, so charts. Let's take the
How does it sound? Describe it. Like hum it real quick.
charts out of it. Out of influence, which one would be more influential to you?
probably
By a significant margin. You know
probably
the
hip
answer.
hop would be
You know the
pretty
answer.
So
influential.
so if I go around the world and I see almost every culture in the world emulating Black American hip hop culture, I'm gonna assume that's more popular than pop music, even though they might be streaming.
Go to Spotify and go to the pop playlist real quick. Watch this. Go to Spotify and type in the pop playlist. Let me see what that look like. Matter of fact, let me see the pop greatest hits, like one of them pop songs for Christmas. Let me see who won that Jim Jank. Give me one of them. Your mom's favorite pop songs.
Pop music more.
They like those people will be emulating hip hop and also emulating popular culture.
Okay, so
They'll be doing both.
Is there a single genre of music in the world that's created more wealth, opulence, and prosperity for Black people than hip hop?
Whoa. Be careful. No, but we still got like drastically shorted, dude, from the impact it had negatively compared to the amount of money that was made, and then comparing that to the amount that we actually walked away with. No, we ain't make no bread. No. Fuck no. Other communities. Same people that got control over the goddamn gambling industry. The Jews and the goddamn Italians.
No.
Okay.
No, of course not.
Okay. So would you say that, like...
Is there a genre of music that has led to more?
And the Irish making money from locking us up about that shit. The Jews and the Italians is like quadruple dipping. The Italians and the Jews got the goddamn drugs and guns. I mean, they working as lawyers and DAs. I mean, they in the police force. I mean, shit nuts. They all the way around. That's crazy. They the bankers. They selling niggas houses, getting niggas clubs and property. Then they the same ones that confiscate the shit when niggas get locked up. That's crazy.
For death in the...
Oh, they the jewelry store niggas. God damn, they finessing niggas. Literally. And the Italians and them niggas be owning the clothes stores. When you go in any clothes store that's not an official, like, Saks Fifth or something, and they got the slick shit, it's always some fucking, like, Arab/Italian niggas. On some old, like, nigga look like you want to ask me, yo, you got some work? I swear.
Black community than hip hop.
I would probably give you the same answer.
Okay, so
I'll probably give you the same answer.
Yeah.
That's kind of what makes. So would you say that hip hop is a destructive force for the Black
It is
community?
a destructive force.
How so?
Because it's just been...
If it was, we wouldn't have this podcast right here. Now, how you feel if a white dude didn't own this podcast and it was a black dude that actually pointed it in a more positive direction and uplifted the Black community more with one of the leading hip hop platforms? What you think about that? Meanwhile, if we really didn't have hip hop, you wouldn't have this platform to speak on. So do you really want, you really denouncing it?
The problem with hip hop is there was no true gatekeeping. There was no real gatekeeping around hip hop.
What is that?
Cap, it was being done by other people, bro. What are you talking about? It wasn't no true gatekeeping.
I mean,
that means the dudes who are the progenitors of hip hop, the dudes who are the pioneers of hip hop, they allowed it to be infiltrated by the negative people who were bringing in negative elements.
What?
Like every rapper who is not a drill rapper should be speaking out against drill rap. Why?
Wow.
Because, or especially artists who do drill rap and then go out and live what they rap about in drill rap, or encourage people. Like I got the little kid saying, I want people to slide to my music. That guy should automatically be ostracized from the hip hop community.
Well, yeah, it's like straight like genocide agenda.
That's genocide, yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
So do you agree that you agree with what he's saying? Hip hop is negative for the community?
No, I don't believe that hip hop is negative for the community at all. I think in its extremity, when you talk about things like drill music, it's difficult to find the silver lining outside of the fact that you look at certain examples of individuals. I'll just use Chief Keef as an example. I use G Herbo as another example. These are two guys that came from the impoverished inner city of Chicago and were making really negative music that was perpetuating violence. However, they then transcended it, removed themselves from that area, stopped making music that was pushing those specific agendas.
And they immediately became way less popular.
Well, not
Yeah, but do y'all think Chicago would be as highlighted if they never spoke about the stuff in their music?
Absolutely not.
Because them kids still had to live that life before they even got into doing drill music.
Absolutely not. Nobody cared about Chicago in a hip hop landscape at that point. There was literally Kanye West. There was Common, they're
Common, it was Bump
Bratz.
J.
You feel me? Bump
Lupe
J,
Fiasco and stuff,
Lupe,
yeah.
and that's a great
And that
starting
shit wasn't
roster.
really happening back then.
But there wasn't like a movement for Chicago. There's way less outlets for young, poor black artists to get recognized on a national scale and transcend their region. So drill music was helpful in that regard. It was the people that wound up falling victim to the propaganda, the negativity, and kind of got lost in the sauce of the message that didn't transcend
So
it.
is it safe to say this is one of those arguments where two things could be right at the same time? Because if you look at the inception of hip hop, it started based off positivity. It started at bucking the system. It started at knowledge of self and fight the powers that be.
Right.
Once they monopolized hip hop and started to make money off of hip hop, and then started to invest in private prisons, then using the drill music and the gangster rap to usher us into those private prisons to make money. That's where the negative aspect comes from it. But then on the flip side, you can't take the positivity out of it.
But that's what I'm saying. The people were the pioneers of hip hop. That's why I say it's negative, because they allowed their genre, their music that they created, the music that they popularized, the genre that they put on the map, they allowed it to be turned into something that became a negative a tool of basically destruction within the community. They did not speak up. And you want me to tell you this? Those rappers, they literally will just co-sign anybody. Like, it don't matter if the rapper's gay or not, to have a problem with gay people, but like if it's the drill rapper or whatever, they just, you give me a check? Yeah, this dude is next up. It's like a whole culture. Like, whoever got the money, I'm going to co-sign it. At that point, it's now no longer in your control. You're totally capable of being bought out, and it's negative. It needs to be torn down and rebuilt to something better.
So who infiltrated, and whose fault is it that hip hop wound up going in that direction? And what would you say was like the turning point around what year?
I would say the record labels had a lot to do with it, where they were promoting and marketing shit that was speaking about negative things, killing and all that, drug use, right? And we just didn't keep ownership of any of it. So it's not even who entered it. It is black people who mishandled it.
What year did NWA come out? I would say that's the
87.
I would say that's the turning point.
Yeah, and so they're for like straight out of Compton, I believe 88 is like the actual, but like really they came out in 87. I want to say Dope Man by Ice Cube dropped in 86, 87.
But
That's when gangster rap really caught the steam and really.
So the first gangster rap group artist ever is Schoolie D from Philadelphia, and then there's a group called 3 Times Dope, and then Ice-T, who's actually from New Jersey, but came out in LA in 83, 6 in the morning. A lot of people credit as
he made the right move. But what I'm saying, I want to say this: I wouldn't even say NWA was like the turning point, because NWA was very much about maintaining control,
100%,
retaining control of their intellectual property or IP.
I think Cube was the only one.
Cube, but then Eazy-E started his own record label.
Eazy-E was an entrepreneur, straight up.
Eazy-E, people don't know this, but the Jewish guy who was like over that, Eazy-E had a very lucrative contract with him.
Oh yeah, him and Jerry. Him and Jerry
was fucking the rest of his people off the same time.
Exactly.
Right. But the thing I'm saying,
and whose fault was that?
Well, that's their fault because they didn't read their contracts. But this
it's also kind of easy for being janky.
But think about this. But Eazy-E at least had the awareness to maintain a controlling interest in what was going on. After Eazy died, and then Ice Cube, he was always about controlling his stuff. It just became this like, I'm gonna sell my soul for $200,000 and you do whatever you want to with this music. You can only blame us.
And then Ice Cube started doing movies about like being like a dad and a cop and all that.
At the end of the day, the onus is on us for selling it. But at the same time, you still got to look at, okay, if I'm dead broke in the fucking projects, ducking bullets, moms can barely make ends meet. Jewish guy shows up with a check, or whatever race guy owns the record company shows up with a check. I'm taking the check. Most of them never seen a contract in their life. So it is more nuanced to the situation. Then when you look at with, I believe it was Bone Thugs, they talked about the secret meeting in '94.
Yeah, yeah.
Where they was
They was
talking
on
about
Ruthless.
the private prisons and the record companies actually investing into them.
Yeah.
Then you start to see the landscape of the music change to just drill, kill, and that's all we giving the checks to.
Facts, but you guys understand that it's not just black artists that have been by. It's literally artists in general have been by the industry from day one.
But-
y'all realize that this isn't a mutually exclusive problem by the Jews. Y'all know that Barry Gordy.
We never said that. You brought that up.
No, I'm
It's
just
4 o'clock, by the way.
Yeah. We got 15 more minutes.
Nah, hell no. You said you had a hard start. Stop at 4.
I said
You said
4:15.
Y'all said fuck all the
I
topics.
said
I'm here
4:15.
trying to read
Hey,
the topic.
hey, if you are Lush's girlfriend, just know that we
She gonna get
literally
my ass.
told him to come do whatever he had to do for you, and he talking about he got 15 more minutes.
I got 10 more minutes, but if you want to wrap it up, we
Blaze
can.
his ass.
But I will say this.
you said you ain't done.
Nah, if you got something to do, I ain't trying. We
No,
got a million here.
You waving
I'm
the
not-
white flag?
If
or-
y'all hire me at No Jumper, you could talk to me every day about this nonsense.
Nonsense. I think I smoked your boots, frankly, to be honest. Like
You lost, Lush.
I think
You
I smoked
lost,
your
man.
boots. What do you guys
90%
think?
of your shit was
I think both
wrong.
of y'all made good points, and I think both of y'all missed some points.
But
So
I
I,
was
can't
totally-
say neither one of y'all smoked each other because the topics low key bounced around. Y'all never really stayed
The
on
biggest W
any
you took,
topic.
I'll give you like the biggest W you took is I didn't have a clear response to you being an FBA.
Oh,
and
yeah,
like,
you're
yeah.
wrong about
Nah, he
that.
smoked you on that.
Yeah, you.
He
like,
been
you-
Pan African.
Yeah, so you got me on that point. You feel me? I was really trying to get you to turf
But that's the thing.
But I do feel like you'll switch your agendas and your ideology for
Never.
a conversation for the convenience of your argument. I mean, we've seen you do it
I'm
3
fully
times a
invested
day.
in Pan Africanism
Why do you
and
think he's an
African.
agent though? Like, are you saying he's coming here and switching up his whole who he is as a creator to fit in?
No, I don't think he. I think he. His presence over here is the same thing he did in the FBA movement.
No, let me say this. The reason you know that that's not true is because I be on they pod. I argue with them.
Yeah.
The difference is they're mature. Suspect is immature. So he's jumping up because he's a loser. They are accomplished men. This is a man child. So because he reacted the way he did and then subsequently I reacted the way I did, you guys are like, he has an agenda. No, I'm just dealing with a child right here.
I don't think
So
the
I'm treating him
suspect
like that.
thing has anything to do with.
That's what started this. Stop. That's what started everything.
But okay, so am I childish? Am I able to debate
yeah,
you?
you got some
Okay.
you got some childhood trauma.
Hey, let's do the answer to that before we even
but
ask the
even
question.
you would
Cuz.
admit on some things you are immature about.
Of course.
Okay.
But
So-
do I?
but you are also mature enough to come back, sit down with me, let's have a discussion.
Yeah.
You're not like, whenever he's there, don't have me there because I'm scared.
I'm not PCing up for anybody in this
Exactly.
month. And
So
I'm not-
you said, so you're admitting suspects in PC.
Both of y'all
He's
are.
a protective
You guys are
He's just
separated.
admitted, right, Donnie?
You guys are separated from
Donnie,
each
you
other.
just admitted. No, I
You're-
separated. I asked to be on that show.
Somebody rolled it up.
The other day,
Somebody rolled it up.
The other day, I got the text right now in my phone. I told Adam, you should put me on the news at 12. Adam said, oh, I can't have you in there with suspect unless I get his permission.
I would like you
So
to
who
suspect
rolled
that.
it up? Who wrote it up?
I didn't see him roll it up.
Who rolled it up?
I would like to
Adam
see y'all.
just told me.
I would like to see y'all have a debate of this nature that I moderate.
Listen, suspect could sit right there. I will come sit in the chair. I won't even touch him. Here's the thing. You know, like I know. The minute we say something suspect doesn't like, just like Donnie knows, the minute we say something suspect doesn't like, what is he gonna do, Donnie? You got a mic right there. What is he gonna do, Donnie?
Don't worry, but yeah, I mean, he just
He gonna start flipping out.
So the reason
he's
why
he's gonna be
I
incoherent.
don't give a about what you and bro got going on.
No, that's cool. But what I'm telling you is that's the difference. We can all sit here like men. You could say something I don't like.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't agree with that, but I'm not gonna go crazy. This guy just be exploding.
Well, yeah. I mean,
well, yeah, shit.
I would say, but also I feel like you tried to use tactics to bait, bro. You feel me? You tried to do some shit because you know, like when you're going against what's the retard's name that you debated last week? You feel me? That fucking J-Cat, dudes like that.
The white guy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you feel me? Like
he was for
that
sure.
fool's a fucking socially inept moron.
So
Can I ask
you feel me?
Let me ask you one question.
yeah.
If I baited Sus, Why did I ask him the question off camera? Baiting would have been done on camera.
No. It was right before the camera went on, and
I didn't know that.
Look. Here's the thing. Yeah, you did. You know what time the show starts.
Jump in, nigga. Hey, look, hold on, because I'm gonna keep it real, bro.
Yeah.
You get a PC version of him here. I think he's trying to acclimate to the culture here. This nigga's way worse on our team.
I want to see worse.
We get the full uncut, where we be wanting to strangle this nigga.
I want uncircumcised.
So when I watch him here, and they're like, "Oh my God, he's a rocket." I was like, "What? This nigga's PC over here."
Yeah, no,
Nah,
this nigga, bro.
I be chilling over here.
He be chilling over
You
here. I
can
ain't gonna
bring
lie.
Josh and ask him. And even Josh said, I don't think Brandon meant anything by it. He was just asking because I honestly thought I misheard him.
No, but you also know, like, look, you're used to debating with like the Nick Fuentes arc of motherfuckers, right? You're and you know the number one talking point that these racist white people have to say is, "Oh, black men have poor impulse control." Da 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 da.
And Suspect proved shit like that.
Boom! But you like wanted him to prove it.
No, I did not.
You
I
wanted
didn't even
him.
know
You did it
him.
on purpose.
I didn't even know
to
about-
try to like
Listen.
to try to be like, look at these guys over here. No jumper is supporting the low vibrational type of black man. Blah blah blah.
I've been on No Jumper several times.
Let's get Suspect here. Let's get Brandon here.
Yeah.
And let them hash it out.
We could do that.
Let them
On
debate
top
it
of
out.
that, are you down for a part 2? Because we barely even
You gonna
scratched the
bring
surface.
Suspect? I'll bring.
No,
listen,
I want me versus
these
you
dudes
part
will,
2.
No, these dudes will guarantee peace.
Guarantee
They'll make
he
sure
won't
that
do
happens.
nobody.
I'm with that.
And we put Suspect and you on this side, and me and Viral and Messiah on this side.
That's cool.
I'll do it.
I'm with that.
That's my
I'm
only
with that because I can. I'll
Yeah,
smoke
set
all
it up.
three of you guys if it comes down to it.
Look,
You know what I mean? Like,
look,
And then if
You know
Suspect
you don't
goes,
want
we
no
can jump
smoke
his
this
ass.
way.
No.
That's why Les didn't stay on. Hey, this is why Les didn't stay on one topic. Don't let him fool you. He didn't stay on one topic because he felt like he knew he was gonna get cooked.
No.
He was bouncing
Hell
around.
no.
Hey, that's
Hell
why
no.
he didn't want to go down that topic.
He didn't go
That
down
nigga
that
looked
road.
We
at
have to
him.
have
No,
No, we should have. Here's the thing, because Brandon has a tendency to do filibusters, aka talk, make 17 points, not even refute the first one you said, and by the time it's your turn to respond, everybody's falling asleep.
Did I do that to him?
But you should be able to
his
come
game
back.
voice is so
That's
boring.
why every shot you threw at him, he just brushed it off because he knew it was bullshit. It's like it was nothing really. It was nothing. There was no grounds right there to stand up.
It was
He was just going to come at the wall,
Yeah,
hoping
it
something
was
sticks.
Yeah. Me and Sus versus y'all three.
We don't smoke y'all niggas. Hey,
Y'all
one
gonna
question
destroy
before we
Sus
go.
gonna melt down all the way.
Because I got to know. The
Yes.
dude he debated last week was a idiot. What's your view on Nick Fuentes?
He's an idiot too.
Okay.
But he.
I'm going to tip my hat to that.
Yeah, he's an
Are you
idiot.
saying he's unintelligent, or he's
Hold
an
on.
idiot because you don't agree with him?
I agree with nothing he says. Nick Fuentes, he's a bitch. Him as a
Except?
staff,
I agree.
record label, and a motherfucking crew.
I don't agree with that.
There is no except. I know you guys both fucking suck Republican 24/7.
I think he's an articulate idiot. He's a grifter.
Yes, thank you.
He's a race baiter,
That's
race
what I was-
baiter.
Yes,
He just says
He's-
shit about black
he's
people to get
significantly.
people.
He has
I
significantly
don't
more
believe-
information, and like this dude that you were debating, he's clearly like a Twitter baby that doesn't even know I have proper social interaction skills.
So do you feel like I filibuster today, or I did?
No,
good
not
at
at all.
it? Okay.
No, not at all. I think this was a fair conversation.
You still got your ass whooped.
I smoke shit. We know what's up. You trick. You got yourself in a trick bag like 3 times.
Right.
W's in the chat for less. You know.
W's in the chat is crazy.
But
He on the suspect shit
But
now.
I will say, you feel me? That shit was dope. You
Yep.
feel me? I fuck with you.
Okay.
And I fuck with your mind.
We jumping your ass next time. Nigga.
No, yeah, I'm gonna need that from all three of you.
Because I was being unbiased today. We come back, we smoking shit.
I think that you guys, I think that these guys know that I won, and they was on my side until it was 3 against 2, and then all of a sudden it became a Long Beach versus LA.
Nah, I was on his bumper about more
Exactly.
shit than you.
You was on my side. That's what I'm saying. We know the truth. We know the truth.
You got to
feel
add
me?
nuance to these conversations because you can't just make blanket statements without giving the background to what you're
I
saying.
thought you had the video loaded up like you was finna show something. You know, he like.
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. And today, I guess I'm just going to go into the backstory of how this came to be. You were in a little bit of a spat on Twitter with another user by the name of Bryson, right?
Yeah, Bryson Gray. Yeah.
You guys are going back and forth. I don't know exactly what it was about, but it was proposed that you guys could do a debate of some sort. And you guys were both down. You both agreed to it. And you actually spoke to him. He agreed to come out here. We found out like 2 days ago that in actuality, he did not come out here and he had no plans on coming out here. I'm not sure exactly how that got lost in translation, but I figured this guy right next to me, Brandon, has been making a lot of noise on the channel. Very opinionated guy, very politically involved, aware, etc. And I figured, as long as we didn't have our original opponent for you, I might as well see what the chemistry is like here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for doing it, man. Nice to meet both of you.
Definitely. And so for our audience, I guess maybe a little bit of a backstory about you and where you're coming from and everything would be appropriate. I guess I found out about you because you have a very provocative Twitter account. I Hypocrite is your username on there. We can link to it in the description, everything like that. But how'd you get started in content creation?
Oh man, it's been a long journey. I've been doing this for like 10 years, and basically it's a long story. I'll give you like the really short version. I was kind of like a degen, liberal, druggy, promiscuous, all that stuff. Got a girl pregnant, had to be a dad, realized there was going to be a conflict to do both of them. I mean, I was a total up. I was like broke all the time and that. So I decided to like get my act together, quit smoking weed all the time, quit playing video games all the time. And then I just had like time on my hands. And that's when I started making content because I saw other people doing it and making money. I was like, shit, I could do that. So that's basically how it started. And then it's been like a long journey. Like I found Jesus along the way. I became Christian. I got married. I have a family now with more kids. And that's the Coles Notes version.
Okay. And where would you identify yourself as being at politically at this time?
Pretty far right.
Okay.
Yeah. And
has that been a bit of a journey? I guess, like, where did you get radicalized along this path?
Yeah. So it's like I said, I started all the way progressive, normal, liberal, went to sort of the anti-SJW thing. That was kind of like the first step in 2015. That was when I got into making YouTube videos and just kind of a frustration of all these people are annoying, all the virtue signaling, all that kind of stuff that was going on. A lot of the stuff being shoved in your face. So, and they were just kind of dumb, like a lot of the gender stuff too. A lot of the stuff they said didn't make sense. So from there, and then I started to like learn a lot about racial issues, red pills about like crime statistics, Muslim terrorism was happening a lot back then. And just kept pushing me further and further to the right, basically.
Definitely. Well, so for people out there that are just tuning into this conversation for the first time and don't know about Brandon, do you affiliate yourself more with the conservative side of things as well?
Yeah, I'm more right leaning. Yeah.
And you haven't been familiar with his content until I sent you his accounts and everything?
No, never heard of him.
Okay. You say that in kind of a dismissive way right there.
No, I've never heard of him.
He's not making enough noise for me to pay attention to.
You're reading into that.
Okay.
Just never heard of him.
I'm analyzing your voice a lot today.
Okay.
I called you Zesty right before we started too, which is problematic.
Zesty,
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so, I guess we should confront this head on. When I was describing this debate, which was supposed to be with somebody else at first, when I was describing it on a previous episode of No Jumper, which I don't know if you actually caught wind of it, but I essentially referred to you as being sort of outwardly, openly racist.
Yes.
Does that seem like a true statement, or would you like to add caveats?
No, I say that I'm racist. I think a lot of people don't necessarily know what it means to be racist. Like I have a black person over for dinner, you know what I mean? It's not like hateful. It's not like I can't be around them or anything like that. But I think that we need basically white people need more racial consciousness. They need to start acting like a group because all the other races do that already. And so it's just kind of to our detriment that we're the only ones playing this like blank slate egalitarianism game, and where no one's on a team. We're all Team America or whatever people want to say, but all the other races are kind of like, no, we're a team. And you see a lot of that in what's built up to this. Like the Shiloh Hendricks thing was kind of one of the catalysts for this debate. One of the catalysts for that was the Carmelo Anthony thing. You see the way a lot of people rallied around him, giving him money. There was another one that happened this week too with this Rodney Hinton Jr. guy. I don't know if you guys heard that story. This guy, his son like stole a car, was in a police chase. The police chased him. He had a gun. The police shot him. He died. His father, Rodney Hinton Jr., got in his car, went and found an on-duty police guy and killed him. The guy had nothing to do with what happened to his son, but he just wanted to go out and like get back one of theirs kind of thing. He's got a fundraiser now where they've raised like $50,000 from him, and they'll lie about what happened. They'll say the kid was innocent. With the Carmelo Anthony thing, they'll say, look, he was like this grade A all-star captain of the football team, choir boy, and it's like none of it is true. You know what I mean? Or at least with the Carmelo Anthony stuff, none of it's been substantiated. So there's a lot of lying, and it's just kind of this racial tribalism where they come together and defend their own, and white people don't do that, and it's to our detriment. But there's more and more and more white people who are getting fed up. You're going to see the word fatigue a lot in the coming days. People are starting to say, they're like, we're tired of this. We're tired of like the constant indignities. The murders is a big part because there's a lot of murders that are black on white, and we see those all the time. There's another one this week. This girl Logan Federico, a really beautiful blonde girl killed by just this like soulless black guy who went into her car her house rather to get her credit cards or whatever. And it hurts me, man, when I see it. It hurts me, you know, and I've been seeing it every day for like 10 years. And so I think the Shiloh Hendricks thing, that was the reason people gave her so much money, was they're sending the message of, we are getting tired of this.
No, definitely. Yeah. It feels like that scenario definitely doesn't play out the same way without the Carmelo Anthony thing fresh in people's memory, which is, you know, not to say that white people don't have some secret affinity for hurling the N-word at people on a playground, but it definitely feels like there's this kind of rise in white consciousness of their own race, where there's so many things throughout our, you know, the last, you know, throughout my life that I've observed where it's like there's tribalism allowed by everybody except for white people. They're just not allowed to express any kind of solidarity or pride in being white, right? And even you, I think, would acknowledge that, right?
No, I mean, I acknowledge it to a certain extent. I think you're very like misinformed. Dylan Roof had people trying to donate to him. Many mass shooters who are white had donations funds started, but white-owned donation vehicles like GoFundMe, GiveSend, and Go shut those down. So look at Shiloh Hendricks, for example, Kyle Rittenhouse, which I think Kyle Rittenhouse didn't do anything wrong, but there was this significant push by non-white people and white people to demonize Rittenhouse. He still was allowed to have a GoFundMe. So I believe white people kind of started that, like, you're going to do something messed up and we're going to throw our financial might behind it. So what you are, you're not even a racist, which that already makes me kind of look at you weird. There's only one race, human beings. You break us down beyond the skin, we're exactly the same. A few fast twitch muscles, slow twitch muscles might be a little different. I don't know. That's arguable. But the thing is, you're really just prejudiced. And you're really you're punching down on black people because you're disillusioned with things that your race has created, or you're ethnic. That's what you're doing. You're ethnocentric, but we'll just say racist for the sake of this video. Sure. So you're disillusioned with the way your race has manipulated things because it doesn't work in favor of a significant segment of your race. Black people have been throwing your people alley-oops since 500-600 years ago. Literally, the only reason you were able to have slaves, which built this country, and I'm not saying in the fact that we just did the physical labor, but created an economy.
I would argue several of the things that you said there.
No, specifically the alley-oop part,
yes,
where blacks went into the interior of Africa, got slaves, brought them to we were complicit, but we brought those slaves to the coast, which made it easier for you to take them and profit from their labor.
I would not argue that black people enslaved their own people and sold them to white people. I would not argue that. That definitely happened.
Right.
I would argue that it wasn't as big of a deal in terms of turning America into a superpower as you're trying to claim. Africans also enslaved each other, had slaves in Africa. It never turned Africa into a superpower having slaves. There were slaves all over the world, basically. So really, like picking cotton, there wasn't even that many slaves who were brought to America. So I just don't really think, like, I don't look around at the civilization, Western civilization, and think, oh, wow, I owe this to black people.
But I'm not saying you owe us anything. What I'm saying is you're very ignorant, because when you say race, you're talking about listen, I never smoked weed, never drunk a beer, never smoked a cigarette.
Okay.
If you did that, you are a junkie as far as I'm concerned. I'll tell Les she's a fucking junkie. I don't care. What I'm telling you is, if I haven't done it, you decide to play in this arena because you're talking about racial superiority.
Yeah.
So we're going to do that. So what I'm telling you is the race is more than just in your country. So would you say that slavery had no benefit to the